There we go. Okay. I didn't have anything loaded. Okay, mic's working. Music's going. That's fine. And good to go. I'm good. I'm very warm. It's just I got up and was like, I'm like wet. It's hot and humid. I feel like it's a little cloudy, so it shouldn't be that bad. Yeah, I'm okay. I got a cold. Oh no. German weather. Is it cold there, or is it I wouldn't mind a little bit cold. Like I said, it was maybe a little cloudy, but okay, wait. I have this at the no, I don't. There we go. Oh, cold, hot, rainy, sunny, cold. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Virginia here is pretty consistent. It's mostly just sunny. It does rain sometimes too, but yeah, I've seen snow only a couple times since I've been here. But Colorado is very much more like that, where you get every single type of weather in a single day. So had a flood somewhere too. Gee whiz. Yeah, I'm just doing okay because my kidney stone issue. They were like, oh yeah, we could see you in November. It's like, oh boy, really? It seems like a long ways away. And it's just a slight amount of discomfort, so I always remember that it's a problem. It was 28 degrees Celsius in a different part of Germany. That's how it happens. I've definitely seen that hiking sometimes, where it's like at the top of the mountain, it's like really dark clouds, and it's like, well, we better start running back down the mountain. It's coming. So I was half tempted to. Yeah, okay, I do have it on that. My plan was to play the beginner's guide, but I also have a whole bunch of these indie games I was meaning to play. To at least give it a shot. I'm kind of debating on it. Yeah, beginner's guide I wanted to try simply because it's short. Because Elden Ring's happening next week. That before we play any game, we have to do basketball first. Okay, well, oh, and I think I have the wrong command because it's not give currency, it's add currency. We'll see if I can just remember it off the top of my head. It's been a few times that I've done this. We'll see if I can just and this does not seem to have pinged me. I was gonna say, did I spell it wrong? I just copied the name. Oh, currency add, not add currency. Okay, let's try that then. So, currency. Yeah, I wanted to start the stream a little earlier, and then I got distracted by watching more of Season 2 of Invincible. Okay, currency add. Because for some reason they split Season 2 in half, so I had watched half of it, and then just now got around to watching more. Oh, it's because I finished The Simpsons. That was my big thing, is that I finished The Simpsons. Yeah, I don't know if you want to do anything with your allowance now, or if you want to do basketball or not. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do these just yet, but I was like, yeah, I want to do beginner's guide. And we'll see. Like, once you come home. It's cute and it looks interesting, but I was pretty disappointed after doing mail time. That's kind of that same like character runs around and does delivery, but I'm a simp now. I'm a Simpson. The Simpsons. Dweederp dup da dweederp dup da dweederp. Dweedle-der, dweedle-der. How do I have such a big list of what I want to try? Well, I mean, these are things that I've kickstarted even that I'm like, I definitely should play these. I got these on Kickstarter. I should at least try them a little bit. I mean, this is stuff that I should also try either finishing or just give up on too. So. 2 games you want to try, Sea of Thieves and Elden Ring? I mean, Elden Ring's a big one. That's... Well, now is the time to get into it, because the DLC is imminent. Like I said, DLC is in a week, which is why I was doing small games today, because Dishonored was... Because I just finished Dishonored, and I was like, do I start something, or do I just kind of put something small in here before the Elden Ring DLC? Well, if you think this is a long list of games, you should look at my my Steam wish list. It's got to be over 2,000. So let me see my wish list. Elden Ring is expensive too. Elden Ring is absolutely massive though. So if you can overcome the challenge of the game, you'll definitely get 3,000. It's over 3,000 on my wish list. I'm slowly wish listing the entirety of Steam. I mean, a lot of these I use as just a mostly just to catch up on the different just to keep abreast of the things in the industry that are happening. But cheap viewers, that's a very short message. That's like an easy to read message. It's not like, I'm disappointed. Where's the, I wanted to take a deep breath and then try to do the whole message all at once. That was one of those just like, no, I'm good. No, because it's much more about building a community than it is about buying followers. It's definitely how I... Yeah, see, and it's like, do I recognize any of these? The answer's like, nah, not really. Okay, Perspective I recognize. Yeah, this one's old. Oh, 2019? I thought this was much older. No, it's because it was shown as a student project from forever ago. I should have bought some viewers. I don't know if it was viewers or followers, but nah, I'm good. I stream mostly for myself. It's if there's somebody to talk to, that's a huge positive. But I mean, a lot of what I use is just to have a record of here's what I did. Okay, yeah, Chaos Cart. There's some of these that I remember that I'm like, yeah, okay, I know what this is. Why is this on my wish list? I played this on my phone already. Okay, there we go. I guess this is turning into, let's call my Steam wish list. Yeah, I was like, this is that I've seen that in a Discord. This I've seen pictures of, which this was one of those ones where it's like I put it on my wish list because I want more news about this, just because it looked interesting to me. It's a higher number than songs and playlists. Games I own and PS5 games together. Well, you gotta pump those numbers up. I was like, my favorites wish list. I think that's... Because I think SoundCloud lists you do like 1,000 for a playlist, and I'm on a second one, so that's probably 1,500 songs on my like favorites playlist. And like I said, that's I don't skip any of them. It's aspirational. If I can get to all of these games, it'd be fantastic. I don't think that would be even... Because if these are even just like an hour, that's 3,000 hours of content. So yeah, that's not gonna happen, but... Yeah, some of these are like multiplayer games and stuff. It's mostly so that I get pinged about just news about the games, even if I don't play them. Yeah, there's definitely some cool ones in here that I'm like, yeah. I mean, if anybody wants to get stuff, get me something, you know, as just like a cheap game on Steam. There is plenty to pick from at any time. So. Don't even know that many words. You gotta pump up them words too. I would say read a dictionary, but I think it's better to have the words in context. I started trying to read the dictionary a little bit. Yeah, it's stuff like this where I'm like, this game is straight up free. Like, I should probably just download this instead of having it on my wish list. I just default to putting everything on my wish list. But this one only recently came out. Like, this was on the 5th that came out. Yeah, and I definitely want to give that one a try simply because I just started working on a kart racer with a friend. Said, hey, you want to try Yeah, that one I kickstarted. We'll see when that happens on Steam. A little iffy about this one just because they use a lot of AI art. But I know they also touched it up with an actual artist in there too, so. I'll definitely get a lot of deals if I don't even pick up a game when it's a deal though. It's just because I want to support the developer. So I'm like, okay, if I like it enough to buy it, then I'll buy it full price. Okay, some of these I did have on my wish list, I think. Yeah, it's another first-person puzzle game. I'm like, I forgot how much I like first-person puzzle games. I've actually played a fair amount, really, like with Portal and then a delay test. Is the delay of how long the stream or how long I actually take to see the message? Because there's probably some user error there that would slow things down. I know a good amount of these. I don't know all of these, but I know a good amount of these. I wonder how it sorts it too, because this seems to be completely random, but... You delayed it out correctly. Okay, well, I'm a little distracted here. So we can do a little basketball and then... there we go. Oh, I just never hit the button. I typed it out and never hit the button. I keep wanting to pull it over here. I'm like, that's not gonna help me. And then I'm always looking off to the side because it's on my other monitor. Oh, you almost could have got it if you wanted. I wonder if there's a way, like, well, it would probably be a little, actually, I don't know if you can join after the game has started. I kind of doubt it, but, oh, I'm in the way, aren't I? There we go. Somebody's memeing, and almost got it in the thing with the memeing. Okay, I am not paying attention at all. Something like that. It's too much. Oh, almost off the backboard. Yeah, I got a little indulgent. Wait, it bounced out and then bounced in, but it was after the fact. Again, I got gypped. I get gypped every time. Well, sorry, we're not doing anything too interesting, but bye. Have fun sleeping. Yeah, it's one of those, like, yeah, if you give it a little bit of time, I'll be doing a game, but I also don't know if that's what people show up for either. No, it's gotta be like an 85, and then... Nah, that's way off. Dadgummit. You gotta practice when I'm not around. Well, is there anything else I wanted to chat about? Is the other question. This music went a lot harder than I would have. The straight down. You just nuked the hell out of the ground there. It's because I'm trying to, like, be interesting at the same time of pressing numbers, and it's too many things. My brain too small for this. Oh, that was better. That was a lot better. And then you just bounced it off of the backboard. Now you're just showing me up completely. I thought if I had too big of a meal for dinner, like a nice heavy meal with pizza and... Yeah, you not even bounced off the backboard, but bounced off of both just to show me up. That's a 98. I'm at 89. Come back. I wish to rule you. That almost worked out for me, too. That's hilarious. You... Am I gonna score after the fact? Nope, I didn't even score after the fact. I just get stomped. Just completely crushed. Yeah, I was thinking 180, but it's like, nah, this... Well, it could do. Hey, there we go. Straight sideways with maximum power. I'm in it. I'm locked in now. In it to win it. Straight even numbers. There's no way to zoom it out, is there? It'd be helpful. Oh, I guess I could do this on my side. There we go. Then I'm actually looking at the... I guess it looks away from chat, but that's okay. There's so many more pixels when it's large. I did 100, 110. Again, I'm not paying attention at all. But yeah, season 2 of Invincible has been kind of fun. Oh, I booted up my Nintendo 64 for the first time in a very, very, very long time. Because like I said, my friend and I are making a kart racer. So I booted up Hydro Thunder. Okay, I'm just looking at the other screen anyway. I just bounced off the rim again. I saw that. Okay, let's move me back over here. I had this positioning, like, specific too, just for, like, clipping Twitch clips and stuff. You're going for the double bounce, and getting pretty close to getting it, too. Yeah, the double bounce is probably a better... Oh, ho, ho, ho. Like I said, I'm almost back in it. Let's do... I didn't mean the slash to take it. Oh. It didn't take it either, did it? I just got completely crushed again. Why do I let this happen? I gotta move again. I was gonna say that's definitely like a... I meant 89. I'm out of it. Too fast. Didn't work. And the 80's probably still too much as well. Nah, there we go. There's a second point. Hell yeah. Okay, I wanted to move myself back over just a little bit. I believe I was around there. Well, I think I feel like a little off probably because I was drinking soda too. I just had this sugar craving where I'm like, I don't have any food in my apartment. Let's Let's buy a soda and drink that. And it's like, nah, it's a bad idea. Because I don't drink hardly any sodas, so having an entire bottle is like too much all at once. Oh yeah, I was talking about my N64 because I was also playing Rocket, Robot on Wheels, which is a really interesting physics-based 3D platformer. That's right. None for you. I don't think any for me either, but it's because I'm doing maximum power again. Let's see, I've been doing more Squad Busters. I'm surprised, because I thought I was going to kind of hit like a wall of like, no, I'm not interested in the game anymore, but it's been drip feeding me enough interesting stuff that I've stuck with it. I went too far? I thought I was too close in. Okay, so maybe just a little less power. Yeah, because I'm thinking like Marvel Snap, there's... Yeah, it doesn't look like maximum power will work. So... you finally got it. Yeah, I'm way off. I'm not here right now. Yep, that's more money for you. You see, the default is 100, and here I am giving you 9,999. You have way too much gold. I guess if I ever had a voting system that, yeah, way more than anybody else. Okay, the whole thing was that I was gonna think about booting a beginner's guide. Quadruple the money of second place. I think this is fairly narrative heavy. I just haven't been as interested in narrative heavy games. But this one's short, that's the thing. I want to do something short. Yeah, I want to play Animal Well too, but I'm like, no, with Elden Ring happening. I probably shouldn't be updating the games while I'm streaming, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm so tempted to boot up Animal Well. But I wanna play that without interruption, and Elden Ring is gonna be a pretty major interruption. Yeah, I did everything I wanted to do at Elden Ring. I'm like, I beat Melania. I'm just not really... I can't think of any other big boss or anything that I haven't done. Oh, I was in the middle of a dungeon, but it was one of those like timed chariot dungeon things that I just wasn't... Yeah, this I saw just a little bit of a YouTube video of this kind of first-person puzzle game, and I was like, that's so me. I'm so there. But it's long, so I'm like, nah, I want something short to squeeze in, so... Oh, trying to do a boss fight? Okay, I think I might start up the game. I'm about ready to... I'm ready for gaming. Where'd it go? There we go. I downloaded it in March and never played it. I think there's like Poppy's Playtime is another free, pretty quick one too. Because I was kind of feeling like a horror game. I was like, that might be kind of fun. Why are you taking me to my wish list? Just take me back to the store. Because I was pretty sure Poppy's Playtime was free. Yeah. Okay, so the chapters, the successive chapters are... That makes a lot of sense. So this is essentially a prologue. This is one of those Steam prologue games. Do that. Play Poppy Playtime. How long is it? Because I'm like, if it's short, like, why not? I was kind of having a hankering for a horror game. I want to play the beginner's guide though. The character froze? No, I think that's just me staring into space. Poppy Playtime. How long to beat? Yeah, because this says I'm live on my end, and everything's still moving. So. Okay, yeah, this is an hour. We're doing beginner's guide first, and then I'll do Poppy playtime. So we'll throw that on the list. I know that there was some other horror game somebody asked me to try a while back. They just popped into the stream, but they're like, play this horror game. Just like, it's just the the desire to put Poopy playtime is okay, and that's the thing. How long to beat? I always want to put the main story, but I'm like, nah, it's probably gonna be closer to the completionist. I just play games slow. Everything's good? Okay, that's good to hear. Okay, and then it was data. Oh, and I know there's oops, other way around. I looked up that there was backlogged that lets you kind of track this stuff too, but I was like, I kind of have it in this thing right now, and I don't need to transfer it to backlogged just yet. Can I... Let's see, so let's do play game to download it. Yeah, the one that has space. It always wants to put it in a place that doesn't have space. Okay, I'm playing the beginner's guide though. I believe it was a recommendation. It was either this or the Magic Circle. It was a recommendation from somebody, a friend of mine. So I'm like, this is short. I can definitely do this. Start a boss fight. Well, if we're gonna do a boss fight, then I don't want to be starting up a... Okay, that can just sit there, right? And I can do... Just turn everything off. And then do boss fight. What's that do? Oh, boss easy 1,000. Ranger, Druid, Bard, Priest, Mage, Warrior. I'm gonna go against type and do Priest. Priest is typically like the furthest thing I would pick. I'm much more of a punchy monk kind of guy. Holy balls. I cannot type. There we go. The avatars look smaller. Oh, they might have got smaller just so that everybody can fit on screen, but there's hardly anybody, so. Okay, well, I guess we can bring back the music. There's not really anything else I want to... I guess I could show off the... Oh, this is the easy boss. I guess there would be harder bosses and stuff that would be showing up. Laughter, ode, and song. Oh yeah, I'll have to pay attention at least a little bit as to when my turn comes up. I forgot that I made a full-on, like, here's the animated characters and everything for stream avatars. Okay, what do I got? Is it gonna tell me what I got? No, it's just gonna hit me. Come on, hit me! Smite, heal, focus. Give me a smite. Increase all damage of allies. Oh, I probably should have started with focus first. But now that I actually read it, I guess I could do that later. This feels like it would pair well with Rusty's retirement Is it just called Rusty's Retirement? This is one of those things of... I need to put games on Steam, because the more I do, the more... Because that's what happened with this developer, is they made Haiku the Robot, which I really enjoyed. And then they did this as their second, like, fast game, and have already made a good chunk of money. And this is an idle game that you just play at the bottom of your screen. Which I feel like this idle game at the bottom of the screen would pair well with this stream avatars. Just sitting on screen there. Alright, you're getting wrecked. There's a few of us getting wrecked. Failed to get the current song? Is that supposed to be play music that's attached to stream elements or something? Interesting. Okay, I was gonna do focus. I probably should have started with focus, but we're gonna do it now. Yeah, it doesn't like that, but I will allow you to shit your pants if you really want to. Okay, focus. Should probably heal people, but nah. All the bots can die. Or I guess everybody else could die too. Well, and this one was $7. Yeah, I do realize you're the one that has the least amount of health. Oh, I guess the bot is also doing pretty bad. I don't have a ton of health either. Wonder why this one bot has, you know, seemingly not been touched. I don't know if they also healed themselves too. Oh, bye-bye. Rip. Although I'm probably not too far behind. We lost? Hey, it's not over till it's over. Two of the bots are completely healthy. I don't know if they are able to attack at all, but... Oh, is it the end of me? I saw a little fire thing. Did I explode? Like, that one bot is hanging on. Oh. I don't appear to be dead yet. It's close. The boss is scowling at the... That makes sense, the one that has a ton of health. I guess I could heal myself. Alright. Just to keep myself in there. Yeah, heal. I'm like, no, not heal any viewers that are close to dying. Just heal me. Just be selfish. Yeah, see, look. We're doing fine. The boss is dead. You're the only one that died. Not that you need even more money. We're so rich now at this point. Okay, I'm doing the beginner's guide. No more distractions. I'm playing the game. I mean, it's only going to take an hour and a half, hopefully, but... What's the highest number I can add? Well, the, it was currency add or add currency? It was currency add. Currency add. Wait, was it add? It's gotta be add somebody, right? Oh, that's all the basketball messages. Shoot, currency add with an ad? Wait, I had it on my Twitch page too. Just for my own. Oh, currency give you. Oh, I don't say whether I need an at on the user or not. Okay, probably doesn't need an at. I'm guessing. And we'll just hammer on that 9 key. It didn't seem to... That's an interesting number there. Okay, let's just make sure I'm doing this right. Nine. Just give myself 9. Okay. So then I can just keep adding 9s successively until... I'm surprised it's letting me do this. I thought Twitch would complain that... Oh, I just copied... Well, at least that many. It lets me do that many. I think it's better if you get to be the dog. That's what I thought that you were asking when you were asking for, hey, let's test how many can be used. You have too much money anyway. You don't need more money. But again, the rich get richer. That's the, if you want to see something horrifying, the, it's not, I never remember what the actual, yeah, wealth shown to scale. Yeah, here you go. Here's something horrifying. Yeah, so there's $1,000. There's household income. There's $1 million. There's $1 billion. And then Jeff Bezos' wealth. As of when this was, but it's exactly what you were asking. Yeah, I was able to read in between the lines. But this is $185 billion with each pixel being 1,000. But yeah, where they win 100 off of basketball or 1,000 off of basketball. Then again, if you stick around and get your allowance of 9,000 every stream, that number will go up. So, but yeah, this is a really interesting site. So, allowance. I was like, I thought you got your allowance. That's why you were checking how much money you had. Well, the super cute music, as we see. The just unfathomable amount of money that Jeff Bezos has. Yeah, because this is like 1/3 of the way, I think. That's what it's gonna say. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, I haven't switched it to the... Yeah, this is fun where they start saying, okay, look at this celebrity's wealth. This is a very rich person. Yeah, that's about... It's just crazy. It's like, this is what they say when they're like, eat the rich. Because it's like this... This is how much... It's a funny fencer. I have not seen a funny fencer in a long time. I suppose I'm not seeing a funny fencer now, but I'm hearing from funny fencer. Thank you for the customary violence. We're playing Existential Dread here. And then hopefully getting to the beginner's guide once I stop getting distracted, but... There's also a Jeff Bezos game, where it's the like a visual novel thing where it's you wake up as Jeff Bezos and have to figure out how to get rid of all your money. Yeah, the person that did this has a couple of interesting infographics like this. Yeah, I was watching a video about CEO pay too, where it's like people are thinking like, oh yeah, a CEO makes like 20 times the amount of an employee, and it's nowadays it's risen up to 300 times. It's like that's just so much more. Okay, I think I'm about done. And that's the funny thing is I know after Jeff Bezos' wealth, I do the wealth of the top 1%, and it's I think Jeff Bezos' wealth is only just a third of like the whole thing. Yeah, there we go. Now 400 is just Americans. Okay. But yeah, really cool site, really cool infographic. I'm going to play the beginner's guide now. No more distractions. No more stops. It's already running and everything. It would take that many streams to earn the number just from allowance. That's gonna take me a while to do that many streams. But I think I got it in me. Okay, let's see if this game capture captures the game or if I need to specifically... Okay, music, you're cute, but... Okay, I'm playing the beginner's guide now. Nothing gets done. Oh, I probably should have done, I knew I was gonna type that wrong. Probably should have done a little bit of, getting over it. 7 trillion streams. Well, once I become immortal, then, you know, that's just a small amount. Or I guess it's when everything is small, nothing is.
Hi there. Thank you very much for playing the Beginner's Guide. My name is Davey Reedon. I wrote The Stanley Parable, and while that game tells a pretty absurd story...
I'm like, excuse me there.
Today, I'm going to tell you about a series of...
Well, let's bump that up here.
...of events that happened between 2008 and 2011.
Should I have played Stanley Parable before
We're going
this?
to look at the games made by a friend of mine named Coda. Now, these games mean a lot to me. I met Coda in early 2009 at a time when I was really struggling with some personal stuff, and his work pointed me in a very powerful direction. I found it to be a good reference point for the kinds of creative works that I wanted to make. So just to start you off, this is, I think, the first game he ever made. It's a level for Counter-Strike. You can walk around here, by the way. And mostly it's just Coda learning the basics of building a 3D environment. But what I like is that even though he starts from the simple aesthetic of a desert town, he then scatters these colorful abstract blobs and impossible floating crates around the level. And of course, it destroys the illusion that this actually is a desert town.
Chat takes longer than the
this level becomes a kind of calling card from its creator.
I thought avatars
would have been slower. It's like a reminder that this video game was constructed by a real person. And it kind of makes you wonder, what was going through his head as he was building this? This is what I like about all of Coda's games. I mean, not that they're all fascinating as games, but that they are all going to give us access to their creator. I want us to see past the games themselves. I want to get to know who this human being really is. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. So, it's 2008, Coda starts making these games, and he never releases any of them. He doesn't put them onto the internet, he just makes them and then immediately abandons them, and they sit on his computer forever.
Same.
And I think he really understood this image.
No,
of
I put a lot
himself
of
as
stuff on my
recluse.
internet, on the
At
internet,
one point,
actually.
he jokingly renamed his computer's recycling bin to Important Games Folder. So, you know, this was just how he worked. He tended to crank them out one after the other without even really pausing to try to understand what he had just made, until suddenly one day, he just stopped. In 2011, that was it. He made his last game, and then he hasn't made another one since. And
Well,
that's
at time
why
of
I've taken this
recording.
opportunity to gather all of his work together, is because I find his games powerful and interesting, and I'd like this collection to reach him, to maybe encourage him to start creating again. And if the people like you who play this also happen to find his work interesting, then I'm sure it'll just send that much stronger of a message of encouragement to Coda.
Hopefully this is loud
So
enough.
thanks for joining me on this. If you have a particular interpretation that I haven't mentioned here, or if you just need to get in touch, you can email me at daveyWreden@gmail.com. Okay, that's about it for introduction. Let's take a look at Coda's first proper game. As each game is loading, I'll show you the date that it was completed. This first one was made in November 2008.
Is this like an actual guy, or is this a fictional narrative? I was just realizing I'm like, this
This
might
game
be.
is called Escape from Whisper, and it's one of the more generic games you'll see from Coda.
It's midnight and 9 minutes. Yeah, you probably should go to sleep. I'm surprised that you show up
You
for
can
every
click to
stream, and
find
I'm
out.
quite touched when it'd be way too late for me to stay up till midnight repeatedly. This is feeling like the Stanley Parable again, which I've never played it, and I should probably go do that. Looks like Portal without the portals. This is feeling like Stanley Parable right now. Although I think this feels very like Source Engine kind of a thing. Wait, what am I doing going right? I typically, I'm a left side kind of guy. Or not. Oh, it's like... Oh, the gun audio is very quiet. Is there more... Wow, seeing how the first two games were first-person things, this is already somebody narrowing it on an aesthetic, which is not something I've done myself. Well, I have sort of done, but not to this degree.
It kind of looks like this game was abandoned mid-development. For instance, you have this gun, which you'd think would indicate that there are supposed to be monsters or enemies somewhere, but then clearly there are no enemies anywhere. You can't even reload the gun when you run out of bullets. But ultimately we don't really know. Maybe Coda thought that actually it was complete the way that it is. And I think that we should talk about his games for what they are, rather than for what they're not.
Enemy force neutralized. Begin ship evacuation.
Oh, there is more. Yeah, this is somebody who scripted out something. I tend to
I
do.
love how you
Bye.
can see the bottom
Have
of
fun
the
sleeping.
universe from this room.
Have fun tomorrow, in a couple minutes. Interesting. Yeah, I just don't do narrative games, meaning I don't get like a long play experience out of anybody. It's one of those things that I feel like I should do at some point, but I'm just not all that interested in narrative. So, might also be why I'm a fan of Nintendo games, because they're not as narrative heavy, but... Yeah, I get too caught up in systems that I don't make a game. Although...
Apparently, this space station has a labyrinth on it. Sure, I don't know. There's really no reason for it that I've ever been able to discern, so in the interest of time, I'm just gonna skip you on past it.
Boo.
Or, if you'd really like to solve the labyrinth, you're welcome to do that too.
Guess what I'm doing? I'm solving the labyrinth. So I'm assuming that it's fairly small and short, but I don't know. Aha! I solved it already. Or kinda. Was it here that takes me back? Nope. This one takes me back. Nope. Okay, maybe I didn't solve it. This is why I wanted to resolve it. Okay, there we go. All good.
Okay, this is the part that's interesting. The game has this narrative about the whisper machine and how it has to be turned off, and then you get to the engine room.
Oh, is that the text there? I'm just gonna take a drink of this soda that I probably should not be drinking. Because soda bad for you.
Hey,
It's
you
very
there, in the engine room.
Half-Life inspired.
You could save us all. That beam is powering the whisper machine. We could disrupt it by introducing a great enough heat signature. If your body could stop the beam. It's so much to ask, but for all of our lives, would you do it? Could you
Whose
give
lives?
yourself?
There's literally nothing else to do. I guess that's the kind of the question is, would you rather do nothing or die? I mean, I'd rather do nothing for a little bit and then decide to die.
This is not a branching point, unfortunately. The only option is to step into the beam.
Okay. I will drink the soda before I die, though. Well, maybe not all the soda. I really should play the Stanley Parable. This is definitely making me say I should play the Stanley Parable, mess around with the narrator. Mess around with waiting for a moment, too. Has it been... How long has it been? It's been... Yes, a been. So I could either wait 8 minutes, or... I might crank down my desk. It seems like a good opportunity for a sit break. Doesn't seem like it's going to do anymore, but... Okie dokie. I guess now I will step into the beam. I'm done with existence. Bye-bye.
Let me pause here for a second. What you just experienced, stepping into the beam and then dying, is probably what Coda had initially intended when he was developing this level. But when he first compiles and plays it, something goes wrong. There's a bug somewhere. And this is what happens instead.
I mean, you didn't really die in that scene either. You just kind of fall over. This has got to be a fictional narrative, right? This is not an actual, like, this person existed. Oh, okay. I ascend.
The beam causes you to start floating. And this is an important moment for him. Because yes, this is technically a glitch, but Coda identifies something human about it, like how small it makes you feel in the face of this larger chaotic system. Or this floating could be the afterlife, a peaceful place, juxtaposed against all of the hysteria that you've just had to traverse. I don't even know. I have no idea what he was thinking, but what's clear is that after making this, something lodges itself in his brain. He wants to do more of these really weird and experimental designs. So he stops work on this and moves on to a stream of tiny little games that go in all sorts of directions. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first game he made after leaving this one behind.
Please tell me it's like... No, this is somebody screwing around in a first-person editor, so they're all gonna look fairly good. I want the, like, really jank pixel art things. The past was behind her. Was it now?
Yep. In this game, you can only walk backwards.
Aha. It's an interesting idea. I don't know that you're gonna get too much out of it. Well, it's an interesting idea, but I
So
think
it's a short and relatively minimalist experiment combining motion and narrative. It is less advanced than the previous game, but actually it seems to be more focused, more complete.
enjoyed
Coda's
this
trying
game
to
to an
give it
extent.
a unique voice rather than simply basing it on a pre-existing trope.
Are we talking the beginner's guide or the games inside of the beginner's guide? Because I'm assuming the beginner's guide. Because I also don't know if this is an actual person and actual games, or if this is just the narrative constructed for the beginner's guide. Okay, wait. That said something about the future, and then I got distracted because, like, I'm not soaking in the narrative at all here. Okay. The past was behind her, but the future could not be seen. Why does the future keep changing? And then, when she stops and looks, it becomes clearer. That is true. I didn't soak in the narrative either. Well, this is very much making me think I should do a compilation of my own games. I'm like, a playable portfolio to send to an employer, I think would be impactful. And I've definitely thought about, like, I wanted a good way to package up all my Game Jam games and, like, stuff that onto Steam. Just because I wanted to have a release on Steam, and I'm like, I don't care what it is, so... But I also can't compile all of the games into their own project, because they're all executables, so I don't know if Unity will... I don't know if there's a good way to make an executable that runs other executables. But if the future's always behind her, how will she find the strength to confront it?
It's a short little thought, it says what it wants to say, and then it ends. Didn't need anything more than that. Which to me is why it works, because it gets out quick. Okay, next one.
Although, come to think of it, I don't know of any games that use such a heavy narration aspect. Maybe this and, like, Portal, but, like, Stanley Parable and this seem to be the most... Oh wow, those are some very strict invisible walls. You are now entering the Twilight Zone. Oh, I can't go back. These are just a very strict path. Stanley Parable and Dear Esther. Oh, Dear Esther, yeah. Like I said, I don't tend to
And
do
that's
too
it.
much with...
Okay, the meaning of this game won't be clear just yet. Please be patient with me for a few more games, and I promise you'll see what makes it interesting.
Yeah, that was just you were now entering, and then...
Oftentimes, Coda would put bizarre titles like this one at the start of his games.
I mean,
wish
that's a
I'd
very
known him
good
at the time that he
framing.
was making these early games. He would really only talk to me about his work as he was making it. Once he stopped work on a game, like, that was it. It was dead to him.
Well, this is...
And I don't agree with that at all, but what are you gonna do?
I've done that with my games. I don't tend to be too backward. Well, that's the other thing I was thinking about doing, is taking a lot of those old games and, like, actually commercializing them and putting them on Steam as some kind of release. Because, like, the very first game I did was just you move around a bunch of
I know it's tempting, but there's
circles.
actually nothing over here. Sorry.
I'm gonna do it anyway. This is why it's gonna take me hours and hours and hours to get through Stanley Parable, and why this is an hour-long experience that's gonna take me, like, closer to 3. Because I'm thorough like that. Or maybe I'm just deranged. See, but that's the thing. They're talking about unfinished games, and then it's all of the colliders are working, and there's invisible walls and stuff. And I'm like, that's not an unfinished game. I guess they said these are small games, not unfinished necessarily. But... So my guess for the narrative is that all of these things, all of these seemingly random projects are all gonna be stepping stones to something bigger, which I've definitely felt with my own creative work. Even if a lot of it is Oh.
Once you've been slowed to an absolute crawl, the door at the top of the stairs opens. So why, if Coda's not showing these games to anyone, why bother opening the door at all? Well, to show you, I'm modifying the game here so that when you press enter, it'll bring you back up to full speed so you can enter the door for yourself.
Or I could just not press enter and still enter the door. Go back to drinking soda again. It's definitely what I did with Dark Souls as well. There was that spot where it's like, okay, if you just sit here for a while, then the bird flies off with you. So I was like, okay, well, I'll just have a little snack. I'll grab some water or something, see if it does anything. So. Yeah, I also like to just poke it. How interactive is a thing? It's gonna take me forever to get through Stanley Parable. Just like it's gonna take me forever to get through this. These are too polished. It's because these are all first person, like with correct lighting and stuff. I'm like, there's so much of my stuff that is not nearly as polished like this. But like I said, I also don't focus on narrative games. I focus on systems heavy. Well, I say systems heavy, but they end up being more like arcade games, basically. I'm very tempted to hit enter, but... See, that's the thing. I don't know, like, for a first playthrough of Stanley Parable, where the narrator says, go do this thing, if I'm gonna be a good boy and go do the thing? Most likely not. It'll be... Nah, it'll be some mix. That's always what it is. It's like, are you a bad guy or a good guy? And I'm like, I don't know, it depends on the decision. I tend to be pretty middle of the road. Like, my first playthrough of Undertale was a middle of the road. It's not like I did Genocide or I did Pacifist or anything. It was just kind of middle of the road. I guess Dishonored ended up being a pretty bad ending, but I think you can get a worse ending. There was definitely... I spared some people. I did not kill everybody. I bet I killed a lot of people in Dishonored. Yeah, because even Bioshock, I remember specifically Bioshock 2, I spared nearly everybody, but then came up to one character who said, please kill me. And I was like, I mean, if that's what they want, I guess, sure, why not? And that got me a not as positive ending. That got me a middling ending for Bioshock 2. I don't have a lot of soda left, but I can't chug it. It's just... I don't know if it's related to the fact that I just don't burp. that I can't. Well, I've definitely burped before, but it's not... It's a very involuntary thing. It's not a active thing. Like, my dad does active burps, but... Okay, please tell me this is the end. Or do I actually need to turn off the very slow speed? Okay, I was like, can I actually enter the room? Well, and I guess if I press enter, will it actually speed me up? Or will it just say, oops, it's not actually working? Oh, let's shift. Enter? Okay. Read an enemy's emails to learn how to beat them. Sharks are trying to eat you simultaneously. You are trying to eat the sharks. You construct a wall. The wall is destroyed. You are given a medal. Stand on X to stare at a bear for 3 hours. A game only motivational quotes played one after another while the player cannot move. You walk around talking to people, pursuing their hopes and dreams. A key in one unlocks a door in a completely separate game. A pair of floating eyes emit footsteps. You are a queen dusting your jewelry while your kingdom destroyed. You are a gate.
but
The game
then
is
it
nothing
takes
but
time
giant
to
blocks
really
of
see
text
that.
explaining what's happening.
It can be a very slow climb.
You
to
start
get
in a
there.
small room until you realize. Okay, I should maybe just let the narrator say what these things are. But he plays a loud, bodiless sound, walking around confusing people. Okay, I completely destroyed the narrative there. I was too engrossed in the. Ready, set, fish! As in, you become a fish, or you go fishing, or. This is somebody honing in on their narrative first-person design. They found something they liked and they honed it. I found a lot of things that I like and I have not completely honed in on it. I'm close though.
Well, this is new for Coda. It's an actual puzzle. Go ahead and see if you can solve it.
I guess I'll interact with it. If I can. Oh, there's not a press E to interact. I just knew how to do that. Which is funny, because the last game they did was text. A whole bunch of text. It was very distracting. I didn't even hear the narrator. Can I interact with can I interact with it? Aha!
Don't forget that solution, because we're going to see this puzzle again soon. We're going to see it a lot.
With the same puzzle over and over again? That's a smart way to make games, is to make the same thing over and over again. Because you'll get better at making it every time. One day I'll learn that lesson. I mean, it's the... Your thoughts become your actions, and your actions become your habits, so... And then your habits become your character, I think. And your character becomes... It was a motivational
So
thing.
that seems to be it, right? You walk down a corridor, you solve the puzzle, you get to the end. Simple enough. Alright, now I'm going to modify the game again, so that when you press enter, it'll remove all of the walls from this room.
As in, we're gonna start the game again? Or I'm just supposed to hit enter? I think I'd do okay at a game testing job. Although, that's kind of what I was doing at work, was doing testing stuff. Well, we'll see. I just barely started doing testing stuff. We'll see if it gets more interesting and all that. Okay. Somebody procedurally generated a lot of stairs.
How about that? There was more to it than we had any way of knowing. I actually find it funny that this game comes after the Stairs game, since they essentially convey the opposite idea. So, in the Stairs game, a dull exterior concealed a rich interior. And then, in this level, a dull interior hides this fantastic outer world.
Either way, I think that the point is the same, is that most of the time you don't get to know what you're missing, or even that you're missing anything. That's not your role as a player. So if your role here is not to understand, then what is it?
To experience? That's pretty much any game. I don't remember the game that we just last played, but... yeah, I was testing the invisible walls here. It's like I was trying to... You are now entering.
Aha.
That's
So,
Twilight Zone?
this, combined with the entering game from earlier, tells us that Coda believes his games are connected somehow. It could even
Does
be
he?
that the Stairs game and the puzzle game are literally connected in between this and the entering game. There's a bigger picture that all of his games are meant to play a role in, some larger meaning that we won't be able to grasp until we've seen all of them. And once we have, we can step back and start to understand what exactly that bigger picture is.
Looking for secrets or Easter eggs? No, this is just how I play games. I just mash my face against every wall to see if there's a hole. Although I'm not good at finding secrets and Easter eggs, but I do tend to ignore the obvious thing in front of me for the rest of the world. I like to find the edge of the play space and then play within the play space. It's very much, it's what I tend to explore a space around me and then follow. Also, hello. Okay, so this is the edge. The gnome lives on the edge. That makes me sound edgy. I'm not an edgelord necessarily. Like I said, I'll play in the play space once I know what the edges are. I just like to know where they are, but have I found anything on the edge so far in the playthrough? Not yet. This seems to be pretty small. I know this is listed as an hour and a half, which is why I booted it up, because I was like, I don't want to start anything big, because Elden Ring DLC is next weekend. So I was like, yeah, we'll do it, because I just finished Dishonored. The big thing that I just finished was Dishonored, so I was like, let's not do like a large game in between that. But I'm a game dev myself, so this was kind of a I believe it was this one that I heard was like from a friend that this is a good one to play. But yeah, I typically do pixel art and voxel art on Mondays. Or no, I do pixel art and game dev, although I've been doing voxel art recently. It's Monday, Wednesday, although this last Wednesday I was talking with a friend about making a game instead of streaming it. But my stream schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and then I play games like this on Fridays. Like indie games and stuff. Which, like I said, this is making me think I should make a like a portfolio compilation game piece. Okay, so Ender's not doing anything this time either.
Let's talk about video game development for a second. Every video game runs on what's called an engine, which determines what the game can and cannot do. So in other words, the engine is a set of tools for game development.
Wait, that's a what? A streetwise fool.
To make all
Holy
of these
heck,
games, Coda is using an engine called Source. Like all
Yes,
engines,
okay.
Source has certain things that it does well, and it has certain things that it does poorly.
This definitely feels
One
like
of
a
the
Source
things
engine.
that it does very well is boxy linear corridors. That's why so many of Coda's games are set in these large, flat, empty rooms, is just because he's working with what the engine does well. The tools available to the creator shape what kinds of creative work they're going to end up making. You might consider paying attention to the architecture in Coda's games, to notice how they seem to stem from an engine that's very good at producing linear, boxy corridors.
Wow, this is very poorly designed. Is it supposed to be that somebody says able to get in here or not? Yeah, this seems like a very bad way to design a set of stairs. That's an ankle breaker right there. That's somebody's gonna trip and die. Ooh. Oh, this was the Great and Lovely Descent? Yeah, I like this kind of style. This is very first-person puzzle game, which I played enough first-person puzzle games. I feel like I should make one sometime, but I got a little ways into making a puzzle game and then never. I did like a handful of levels, most of which were tutorial, and then kind of called it good. So do I need to actually think, or can I just? So far, there hasn't been a fail state on any of these. So no, I don't need to think. Oh, well, I wanted to mess around more. I wanted to mess around. Mess around. Mess up, mess down. Mess. I've ruined it completely. Yeah, okay, that's just weird Source Engine artifacts. Oh, I can almost squeeze in there. This is making me think I gotta try... is it Baton Brutal? There's one of them that's like explore a big abstract architectural thing. There's a Lawrence Lure that's on that I've seen a bunch of things on Twitter that I'm very interested in. Although I don't know when that's coming out. A very much first-person puzzle platformer. Well, I don't know if it's puzzle necessarily, but it's a first-person platformer. Yeah, it's like the games that I like. I like the I like platformers a lot. First person, third person. I don't do 2D platformers all that often. But first person platformer and third person. And yet I've yet to make either. Well, I guess Windfall was that open world first person game that kind of ended up being somewhat platformer-esque. But it's definitely been in my head to make a 3D platformer. Because I love the absolute hell out of Super Mario Odyssey and stuff. Yeah, this is reminding me of like a Baton Brutal or whatever. I think that's the name of the game, right? Ugh, they love their invisible walls. I'm not a fan of invisible walls.
This prison,
Not my
funny
thing.
enough, in Coda's original design, the doors stayed shut for a full hour before letting you go. If you don't mind, I think we're gonna skip that.
No, I can hang out for an hour. I got nothing I'm doing. This is the thing I'm doing. I also like to see if the narrator has any extra things to say, but... Yeah, because I even have an idea what I would want to do for a 3D platform. Is I thought it'd be fun to do a toaster, because I really like the mechanic from Super Mario Odyssey with the hat toss, and I was like, oh man, if it's a toaster that shoots toast, and then you can use the toast as a platform or a wall. I was like, oh, you could use the extension cord as like a whip and stuff. I was like, there's a lot of ideas you could do with a toaster as the character. And I haven't seen, or at least I don't remember a Brave Little Toaster. I know that it exists, but it's funny now that I started a game with a friend we're doing like a Hydro Thunder boat racing kind of game, and I'm like, oh, there's all these ideas I have for all the different characters, and I'm like, I really should make a content heavy game instead of a systems heavy game. That's always what I end up doing. I just like making interactive systems. That's the most like game-like. It's like closer to like a toy as opposed to a narrative. Like a narrative, I'm like, just give me a movie. Although I am having fun with this. Okay, I'm not gonna kill off the soda. I tried. Also, that was
something that he and I used to argue.
That was an
about a
hour,
lot.
right?
You know, whether a game ought to actually be playable, whether it means anything if no one can get through it. And I would
Wait,
always
why all the
defend that,
animations and then no animation
all this
there?
work goes into the game, why not make it playable and accessible? And so we just got into heated arguments over it, and there was one time that after one of these conversations, he went home, and a day or two later, he sent me a zip file entitled Playable Games that was full of hundreds of individual games, each of which was just an empty box that you walked around in and nothing else.
It's games made out of
Every single
spite.
one of those just to find out if there was like a gag hidden somewhere. There wasn't.
I guess, yeah, hundreds of games of the same thing over and over. Wouldn't be too hard to make one of them unique and a gag game, but... That's the thing about this kind of game, is that it's all level design. Like, once the systems are in place, it's all just kind of architectural. I think that's what slowed me down on the games I've made, is that because I go for systems heavy stuff, and that requires that, like, it's a new design. Like, you don't know actually how the game is gonna work. And then I end up not finishing it. Well, there's a lot of game jam stuff where it's like, okay, that's... Well, like, one of the games that I've had done the best was Idle Dice Roller, where you just roll dice as an idle game. And it's like the simplest idea, but that's what people liked the best. Which is frustrating to me, because it's the least interesting. idea. I got my bachelor in innovation. I want to do innovation. This is as abstract as hell, and yet it still feels like Half-Life. I think just because... Is this Half-Life 1 or 2? But... Interesting disconnect between what players want and what creators want to make. I'm very much in that spot. I've had a couple of things that people like a lot that I'm like just not interested in continuing with. Like I said, that idle dice roller was, I'm like, I don't do idle games, but it was just easy for a game jam. Like, it's one of those things of like, I probably should go back and commercialize it. Like I said, there's a few different things that I should just go back and commercialize.
It's the puzzle again, with the exact same solution as the last time.
Well, don't spoil it. If you're gonna tell me what's gonna happen anyway, why should I do the thing? I'm surprised it doesn't have a tooltip that says, hey, do the thing. So is it literally the same puzzle? Okay, so there is no... I'm too curious. It's like I said, I like exploring systems.
There's still no clear indication of what makes this puzzle so special that Coda is going to return to it over and over. But I promise I'll share with you my interpretation very shortly.
I feel like you gotta have like something you want to say if you're making a puzzle platformer, and I don't know if there's something I want to say, but I guess if I did something like a 3D like toaster platformer, yeah, that's really the only thing I have is the character. I've not tried to come up with like enemies or things you could like platforms or like what kind of levels a toaster platformer would use, but yeah, because I know I got a good distance into doing like a, well, I say a good distance, but I started setting up the systems for doing like a Paper Mario style RPG. Like wrote up a story scene and made some characters and got the very barest of combat going, and then was like, I just don't think I'm that interested in a narrative. I would definitely finish a game though if it were just kind of make the content instead of make the systems, but yeah, I made some of the art for like an actual environment, but that was about it. I just made all the little characters. It very much had the style of the little pixel art characters you see at the bottom, although not Borderlands related, but I keep wanting to pull up stuff and I'm like, no, we're gonna focus on the game at hand, not my own portfolio of stuff. It's like, if you want to look at it, you can look at
here, Coda begins using a kind of dialogue system that he fashioned out of the engine's chat capabilities. Use the 1, 2, 3 buttons on your keyboard to respond.
Did you come from up above? What was up there? There was a world stamped with whiteness. There's an enormous prison I spent hours in. Ah, okay, that's because you were supposed to have spent hours in. There were these floating colored blocks. Sounds pretty boring. Let's go with the boring answer. That's the world above. You've been there. I know that play. Now, this is important. Did you have to get through a puzzle with 2 doors and switches? Yes, I did. That was literally the last thing I did before coming here. Nah, I don't remember having to go through any puzzle. I'd prefer not to tell you. After all, we've only just met. I'm gonna be secretive and mysterious. What? But you don't understand. We're trapped here. That puzzle is our only escape. We need to get through it. I mean, it's not that hard. I got through it without any problems earlier. You think you want to get through, but trust me, you don't. Let me describe it for you. Let me tell you all about what is over there. I'll tell you how this helps it. You think you want to get through, but trust me, you don't. Let me describe it for you. Let me tell you all about what is over there. Well, I mean, sure, you can make a decision once you were properly informed. Here's what the puzzle is. No, that isn't possibly enough. I need to actually be there. I simply cannot be told what it is. I must see it myself. I must escape this prison. There must be an ending. Well, I mean, have fun with your puzzle. I should sit down and make a narrative game sometime. Like, this wouldn't really be that hard to make, and you get so much playtime out of it. So much more than nearly any game I've made. Oh, well, now I want to stare at this and see how that's what moved last time. How did you get here? Was there a puzzle you had to pass through? No, I've been here. Lies now. I did not come from anywhere. It's been here the entire time. I suggest you go see the puzzle sometime. It's not meant to be solved, but you could sit the black space in the middle. What happens if I solve it? Why would I sit in that black space? Who are you? Well, let's see what they say. Not sure, but if I have any suspicion, what you find won't be worth it, what it takes to get there. You'll have another chance to solve it soon. It also just disappears. There's no animation there. I can't. The invisible walls, they strike again. Ugh, this is too polished. I need more jank. I have so much jank in my own games. This needs more jank. It's not a real game dev creation if it...
And so we make one last descent down to the final floor of the level.
Okay, let's walk backward. Like the puzzle. Maximum anticipation.
It's a lamppost. Okay,
I mean, there's
can't
a
tell
whole
you
lot
quite
more
what,
than
but
just a
for some
lamppost.
reason, Coda fixates on this lamppost. It's going to appear at the end of every single one of his games from here on out. I'll tell you what I think.
Why all the foreshadowing?
You know, he's been making really strange and abstract games with no clear purpose, and maybe you can only float around in that headspace for so long. Because now he wants something to hold on to. He wants a reference point. He wants the work to be leading to something. He wants a destination, which is what this lamppost is. It's a destination. We're gonna see it in the work as well. His games are just gonna become a lot more cohesive, a lot more fully developed, with more of a clear idea behind them. And as we go, that idea will get clearer and clearer and clearer.
Yeah, I suppose I'm on that journey myself. Oh. I didn't even take a good look at the lamppost, but I guess if it comes back multiple times, then... What was I doing in 2009? Probably Borderlands. Is this actually connected to the internet, or is this just... It said it's connected to the internet. Is this Dark Souls? Well, when was, Demon Souls? I feel like Demon Souls had to have been around this time. Because I think these internet connected messages. Nice room, not. Nah, this is just somebody saying that it's connected to the internet. It is not.
So first off, I'm sure you can deduce this, but this game is not connected to the internet. All of the notes that you're gonna see have been written by Coda. This was actually the first game of his that I ever played. This was shortly after I met him at a weekend game jam in Sacramento, where I grew up. I saw him working on this very level, and it was just so different from anything that anyone else was doing. So right away I was like, I have to be friends with this person. In retrospect, I think I was probably a bit too pushy, trying to get his attention. I was over-enthusiastic. But he was very gracious about it and very patient with me.
That's a
And
lot
I
of little
cooled off
messages.
eventually.
That's so many little messages. Why are there always invisible walls? Let me fall off of stuff. I want to break something. It's too polished, man. So this is somebody just pretending what the internet is.
Oh, feel free to skip over any of these notes if they're not doing anything for you. Nothing extra is going to happen if you read all of them. Either way, to me they convey a sense of loneliness. I see this person who's filled with thoughts and feelings and beliefs and has no way to express them except as scattered and
To
unheard
find
voices
fun.
in a game that wasn't meant to be played.
I need a paragraph of the exact definition of fun right next to define
But
fun.
it's ironic, isn't it, that in playing this game and seeing how alone Coda often felt, that we get to know him better and actually kind of connect with him. And I have to be honest with you, this idea is really seductive to me. That I could just play someone's game and see the voices in their head and get to know them better and have to do less of the messy in-person socializing. I could just get to know you through your work. I think this is why I always liked Coda's games so much, is because it felt like they let me have that connection. I felt as though he was inviting me personally into his world. And then I feel less lonely too.
Which is, you know, that's exactly why I make games, is so that I can connect with people in some way, shape, or form. That's why I put everything I can on the internet. I just saw a flying penguin. Let me tell you, it was the most majestic thing I've ever seen. I don't feel like living because nothing will ever be as majestic as that. I never want to see anything. If nothing will ever be that beautiful again, I'm crying now and plan on ripping my eyes out. I must go do that. Are all these messages that... This is going to take a while. Yeah, it's just going to take me... It's gonna take probably closer to 3 hours for an hour-long game. But... You're gonna find every bubble. We'll see. I didn't wait an hour in the jail cell there, but I mean these are short messages for the most part. An acorn. What's wild? You guys looking for someone to talk with? You know, I can't fall off at the thing. Boo. Yes, boo. I refuse to believe. Believe in what? What ass butt? I feel like it should just be butt spammed a million times over. Yeah, these are all way too cohesive. This is all very clearly somebody typing something out. It's not, it doesn't feel like an online thing. As much as it was trying to be. This is gonna take a while, isn't it? Door how open? Don't open dead inside? Or what's the, Oh, it's not just reading of his traveling to all of them? What's the, You don't have the right. Oh, you don't have the right. Or, plump sort. Someday I'll meet the person who made this. No, they're gone. That's how the past works. Your past self is gone. You can't meet them again. Oh, there's a whole other room, isn't there? It's a new room. Yeah, this a whole other room. I would like very much to be desired. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Congratulations! I don't really know where to go with this. Do I want to read all of them out loud? It's not very crowded here. Yeah, I also didn't come up with names to go with this. Wait, this is where I get off? Is it supposed to be a sex joke or not? Wait, failed to write? That's a writing there. Don't do it. Nope, you can't jump anywhere, even with a jump button. Yeah, I'm like, most of these are pretty short, so. Thank you for the jump. I appreciate the solidarity there. Very good game. I mean, it certainly is a game. These are not the most inspiring of notes, but they're certainly text. I don't know that I would want. I mean, if it's supposed to be pretending to be the internet, this makes sense, but ethical. Oh, and here I am looking at the bottom, like, oh yeah, that's the end of it. It's like, no, I know there's another room with a whole bottom to it. So, hey, congrats on winning the game there. No, I just lost the game. Man, I haven't thought of that in like, that's like a high school thing. It's like, oh god, college was 10 years ago, so high school was 14 years ago. I'm so old! I'm two 16-year-olds. I can drive twice over. And I feel it too. I feel the age. I mean, it probably doesn't help that I've been eating too much and not working out, but also, I think that's what caused my kidney stone, is working out and not drinking enough water. Whoever made this has issues. It says the person who made this. Devil Tower Star. Interesting. Who are you people? Hello, I'm under the water. I mean, that's literally any picture is just dots. Well, I guess a computer picture is just pixels and stuff. That's the second note about cabbages. Why cabbages? It doesn't mean anything. This game about big pretentious and you all suck. Devil Tower Star. That was over here too, right? Devil Tower Star. It seems like somebody's password. Correct horse battery. He was himself, the most horrible creature he could imagine. Yeah, I definitely read that as a short story. From H.P. Lovecraft. I guess that's sort of a spoiler for whatever short story that is. But it was, yeah, the main character got all the way to the bottom of this, or up to the top. Did this entire journey to come across this, like, horrible thing. And they tried to reach out and touch it, and it was, like, cold, because it was a mirror. They just discovered what they look like, and it was horrifying. Okay, and now I'm not even paying attention to the messages, but... I beat the game! Well, that's good to know.
At the end of this level, we're going to see the puzzle again. And here, I'll tell you what I think the puzzle means.
Why
Each
the
of
foreshadowing?
these games represents an idea that was on Coda's mind at the time that he was making it. And the puzzle is a way of closing the door on a previous chapter of his life before moving on to the next one.
Well, it definitely is like, it feels like an airlock with the double doors, so that makes sense. Devil Tower Star twice and cabbage twice. Yeah. Become one with the spiraling nonsense. This also feels like it's not connecting over to that other room, but
In each of
it
his
might
games,
be.
after exploring a theme that, he might find difficult, Coda can then place this puzzle that he knows has a reliable solution, he understands exactly how it works, and so it gives him a simple mechanism for moving on.
Oh, it's not that hard of a puzzle. I solved it the first try.
And because there's this dark area between the doors, a space between spaces, Before you move on, you get to pause. Just for a moment, a few seconds to reflect on and let go of the events that led you here.
An hour.
To
Yeah, I
step
was gonna
back and
say.
connect the pieces together. To grasp at that elusive bigger picture.
So does this connect over to that other room? Because there's more bubbles. I wish to see all the bubbles. The bubbles, the bubbles, the bubbles. Nope, still no secrets. Said extra. I thought I heard an extra voice in there. I just realized that the hum has been hiding a whole bunch of extra voices, hasn't it? Yeah, I can't jump off of nothing. This has to connect back. Well, it doesn't have to, but I feel like it will connect to the other room. Is it? No, it's connecting to something else. What about all those extra bubbles? There were so many more bubbles. Sweeps me. How do you leave notes? What doing? What do? This ain't the rest of the bubbles. There was so many more bubbles to read. Did I miss a path somewhere? No, I refuse. No talking.
Okay, this one is tough. It's gonna kind of just spin its own wheels for a few minutes. Hang with it.
Yeah, I have no clue where that is. I think it'd be kind of hard to decide. Oh, there's a door. But there's also a well. Well, well, well. And there is... It looks like a yellow cracked something or other over there. Huh. Interesting. Oh, no, it's just whatever this is. It's just decorative. What's that picture again? Okay. It's a part of me that's looking for, like, oh, is there a switch? Is there something to do? Is there... It's just a linear narrative thing. Just to walk through the hallway. Oh, we're back to this texture. Oh, the well.
See, like, this
Well,
is it.
well,
The
well.
whole game. And there's nothing that's particularly interesting about it. You just walk to the end of a hallway. Except, for some reason, Coda gets really fixated on this prison that has all of this modern furniture. And I don't know why, but he decides he needs to revisit this prison. He's gonna start over, use the same assets, turn it into something else. Okay, cool. Here's version 2.
Oh, he got rid of the furniture. I think that was just stated. What furniture ought to go in the center of the room? Put a giant hole in the ground. That's the best furniture. There's a table. That's not a giant hole in the ground. A huge picture of a horse. I'd really like a washing machine. How about a giant horse picture? That's just couches. Oh no, wait, no, I see it. That looks like a horse. A skylight, full ceiling. They got a 10 by 12 recessed electric 6-inch soft LED ceiling lights with fluorescent trim. Let's go with ceiling lights. Some more added lighting. I mean, that's closer to the ceiling. Tables were invented in 1939. They're 35. I can't even read it. What kind of table? I'm pretty sure tables have been around since people. So we're gonna go with that one. Let's state a false fact. An opinion, maybe?
There's a bit more to this one, but still, it's not really communicating anything. It's kind of just weird for weirdness' sake.
Yeah, that's...
So,
Oop.
okay, he throws it out and starts over. This time he comes at the prison idea from a different direction.
Yeah, okay. It's always gotta box you in. That's good. That's smart. Follow the instructions carefully. Take care that you remember each step. First, click on this table. Can I look at everything else, or does that break it? It's not gonna break it. This seems to be pretty cut and dry, as much as I want to break it. Okay, first click on, which means not right click. Go to the photo frame and click to turn it slightly. Okay. Now turn the floor lamp in this room off, then turn it back on. Okay, so table, photo, tilted, floor lamp. Now go to the left side sofa, move it over a little. Left sofa, and scooch it. Finally touch the shelves. Bonk. Okay. Is that a giant hole in the ground? Did I get the giant hole that I wanted? Oh, that's just return. Oh, it's like, was it press the return button, or no, I just returned.
And of course,
Ta-da.
now the table is gone and you can't begin the chain of events to escape. Here's a version where there are no bars, but you can't actually get to the well. And then a version where the inside of the prison is the outside and the outside is the inside. Let me just blink you real quick through a few more of these. I mean, he really unloaded on this prison idea. There's nearly a dozen of them. Personally, I think it's awful to watch this, to see a person basically unraveling through their work. And for what? Like, at what point do you just go, maybe there are game ideas other than this prison that I could be working on? But Coda doesn't have that voice telling you to stop. That particular mechanism of defense.
Can't click the
against
table
yourself.
anyway.
Without it, you just spiral. And so he keeps going and going and going and going and going. And then he hits on something. And he likes it. And that's it. He's done. He stops making prisons. This is the very last version of the prison game that he created. And the reason I think it works is that the prison is not actually in it.
Gotta check all the walls and... No, okay, it's dark. I was like, it almost looked like something, but it's just a reflection of me. Because it's dark. I keep hoping that there's something I can poke at, but no. These are just quick, short little narrative things. Just go do the narrative. That's a basic skybox, too. I mean, this is back to an earlier idea. Oh, no. I guess there is more to this. Now I can look at the lamppost that I missed last time. Hey, maybe I did break it this time. Or I'm supposed to be sideways. I'm probably supposed to be sideways. Okay, so it's not enter. Oi, it's me. I'm you from after you escaped the prison. Actually, wait, can I do British? Can I make myself British in the future? So you were trapped in this prison too?
It's a conversation. And so this is what Coda wants, is to be able to talk to someone, to share what's on his mind, and to get some good advice from someone who knows. But the irony is that even in this scenario, you're still talking to yourself. You know, all of these games so far are Coda talking to himself.
Can I do British? British? And now I'm just thinking of British fauna. I know I could do it, but I don't know if I could do it on command. Me in the furniture maze. Yep, I was in the escape tutorial. Yep, I was in the reverse prison. That one. I don't know if that's a British related an attempt. Actually, I'm already forgetting what it's like being in the prison. It's strange, but in a way, I can't miss being in the prison. It feels like being completely still and wildly in motion at the same time. Oh, let's go with the third one. I feel British. That's what happens in the future. I turn British. No, I'm really the same person I was, or it actually does change. Don't feel like the same person at all. Yeah, no, clearly there's changes that's been happening. I don't know if it's good changes. Age just kind of does that, you know? Still me, but not somehow. It's hard to describe. Remember to enjoy being who you are right now, it won't last. And we'll go with number 2. Wait, if you're me, then how did you get a call from another resident of you when you were trapped? No, I don't think I'm the first person to call back. Yes, I did get a call. That's how I escaped. Well, clearly I gotta do the loop. Well, what did they tell you? What did you have to do to get out? All they told me was to be sincere. They asked me how I felt about being imprisoned. They just talked to me for a while. Clearly, I'm also a lonely person who's making games solo, so... What? That freed you? How does that work? Listen, you can't know until you're out, but I promise it just works. Just talk to me, it'll make sense. I almost feel like it's Australian, but I've never really been able to figure out an Australian accent either, so... Can't know, yeah... You can't know until you're out, but I promise it works. Just talk to me, it'll make sense. This doesn't have to make sense, it just... No, just talk. Just, experience. That's really all it is. Okay, I can talk. Let's just talk for a bit. Will you be here? I'll be here as long as you need. Oh, I didn't even try to use the mouse.
I can see why he considers this a fitting conclusion to the prison games. After all of the obsession and frustration, just to be told by someone you can trust that things are going to be okay. Wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't it be nice if something... Wouldn't it be nice if something else...
So what would it look like if Coda wanted to make a game about talking to someone other than himself?
Is that Coda with a C or Coda with a K? I was imagining it with a K, but I've been horribly bad with names and spellings and things. So... It's probably with a C. It's really making me wonder if this is a person or if this is just a narrative.
Environment is meant to represent Coda's puzzle, with the 2 doors on either side and a dark transitional space between.
This whole area is supposed to be the puzzle, or... This is cool, it kind of feels like a house. I always gotta get locked in. Oop, somebody spilled their glass of octopus ink. Squid ink? Is there a major difference, or is it roughly the same bodily function? No, is there? It's definitely chill vibes. I guess am I future me? Should I stay British? British? Posh? It's a fancy place. I'm too neat and tidy. I always got a... Yeah, no, this would bother the heck out of me. To just leave a rug all smashed up like that. Yeah, see, look at all this prim, proper, clean. This is, well, okay. I'm definitely organized, but not necessarily clean. My goodness. I'm glad as all heck that you showed up. Thought I might have to leave cleaning this entire house all by myself. And right miserable that would have been. Everyone knows how lonesome hands make lousy
You'll
homes.
notice that the quality of the art is a step up from previous games, including this new and improved chat system, which he started using from this point on. From here on out, he begins putting much more effort into the visual polish of his work, and this particular game took 2 months to create as a result.
Don't worry about me. A place is nice. Don't worry about me. A place is nice. I'll be glad to stay here all night. And lousy homes make home loners. Are we cleaning the whole place? I mean, probably. It's not that big. I suppose I'll stay the night. There's only one bed though, right? And I don't think there's a... Oh no, there's clearly couches. So I suppose somebody could be on the couch. Or I suppose we could snuggle on the bed too. If we're talking about being lonely. So sure. Don't worry. We'll make it nice and tidy. Well, now you might just be getting a little ahead of yourself there, no? Why don't we start cleaning and then you decide whether you could do it all night. I'll finish up here. In the meantime, could you please clear the table? Can I make the table clear? Let me be transparent with you. Oh wait, can I? Wait, I could do that joke, right? Let me be clear. I'm clever. Look at me. I'm clever. So wait. Oh, it's just the middle of the table. Aha! Look at how efficient I am. Much nicer. That's the table I want to see. Now, would you please run into the bedroom and make the bed? I don't think I have a run button. But I can't escape. We'll cut through the bathroom. Okay, so it was just... I hadn't got a chance to tidy up. Yes! Thank you! Okay, good. I feel better. All the little details matter. Do you enjoy being a house cleaner? How'd you end up doing this job? It's been a long time since I've seen a house this messy. Well, it wasn't too messy, it's just a little untidy. Let's do you enjoy it? That's really the important thing there. Well, I don't enjoy it as much as I need it. While I'm working, I feel a kind of calm that rests in the pit of my ribcage. My soul just can't be soothed any other way, it seems. Which I guess is about all that matters. Oh, and a tidy couch. Would you straighten out the pillows on the sofa? Out here? Ah! I want to rub my grubby feet all over the table. Stupid invisible walls everywhere. Ta-da! Oh dear. Oh, wait, nope. Oh dear, it looks like someone spilled a drink over by the couch. Maybe mop that up as long as you're over there. Feel compared to share an incredibly cheesy personal insight. Would you be okay with that? Make it especially cheesy? Yeah, I'll try to get by. Do you absolutely no, maximum cheese. I like cheese a lot. No? It was stupid, I'm sorry. Never mind. Hey, the dishes need to be washed. Why did you come to do that? I want cheese! Don't promise me cheese and not give it to me. I'm a mouse. Which, no, I think mouse, they just want the fat off the cheese anyway. But... ta-da! Oh, that's the reflections in the sink there. Last I checked, the tub needed a cleaning. How about you scrub it down as best you can? No need to be perfect. We're all just human. I feel... Wait, this is supposed to be the house cleaner? Because I have clearly taken that job. I am... Okay, I thought this did look a little smudged. So yeah, this was supposed to be a house cleaning game. Which It's funny because I know they've expanded that into a whole genre of like Viscera cleanup detail and Power Wash Simulator and all that. There are still books scattered on the floor of the bedroom. So would you put them back on the shelf? Yeah, okay, so all this stuff did look a little untidy. I was like, yeah, it looked a little lived in, and now here I am making it perfect. Now then, how would you come and clear these
After
dishes
the
off?
intense set of
Tea.
prison games, this house cleaning level almost feels like cleansing. It's the moment after a particularly difficult or traumatic experience where you just need to let it sit and digest inside of you, and eventually cohere into something meaningful.
Did you eat 4 plates of food in that? House cleaning is so difficult. How do you do it? Are all houses so easy to clean? Do these chores never end? Yeah, no, this is easy. I could do this for a while. Darling, let me tell you something. In your lifetime, you are going to clean a lot of houses. And among all of those, a few of them will stick out as truly wonderful, beautiful experiences. And none of them will be the ones that were easy. Just something to think about when you smooth out the rug in the bedroom.
Of all of his work, actually, this was the only one that he called me up to ask me to come over and look at it. This was during a period of a few months where he was like grossly happy all the time. Just walked around with a constant smile on his face.
Looks like the tub has gotten rather dirty. Would you mind tidying it up a bit? Oh, somebody take another dump in the tub. Whoopsie daisies. And there's a toilet right there. Earlier, when I said I had a really cheesy thought, I was going to say it occurs to me that one's house is a lot like one's soul. You take care of it, and it takes care of you. Don't know why I feel so weird about saying that. Oh, I get it. That's just a weird thing to say to someone you just met. Yeah, you're right. It's pretty cheesy. But there's a bit of truth in it, though. Clearly, I've got to go for the truth. You take care of it, and it takes care of you. You gotta keep your house clean. Yeah, which I haven't cleaned my house in a while, but that's on the docket for this weekend. That's what I'm doing this weekend. Anyway, so housekeeping. Let's keep doing this. Books. Would you please clean up the books? Thanks. Sure, no problem. It's pretty easy to do, so don't know who keeps messing this stuff up. Can I tidy up these papers? If we're doing some cleaning,
I'm glad he found some peace.
would you go over and straighten them up a bit? Oh, goodness, those pillows on the couch are a real mess. Would you go over and straighten them up a bit? Can't have these folks coming over to a messy couch. Which folks? People are gonna arrive? Guests? Oh no, oh god. Oh jeez.
But, of course,
Question.
it can't last.
Do you enjoy
The
this?
music stops, your companion is gone, it's time to leave. The door at the top of the hill is now open as well. Again, you can't stay in the dark space for too long. You just can't. You have to keep moving. It's how you stay alive.
This was supposed to be the dark. Oh, this is supposed to be the dark interim space in between things that you reflect. I didn't get to clean up the papers. I want that as a little mini game thing. Clean up the papers. Oh, so this is at an angle. That's just. I like a nice square bedroom. It's just so much easier to block things in then. On weird angles, but. Wow, the cozy music really sells that moment. it's just so chill. So can I get up on top of the house? No. It's too well designed. The level design is too good. I can't derp around. Derp around. I keep doing the same joke over and over again, but oh come on. Completely jarring without that music. Yeah, somewhat. Let's see, can I sing it? Da da da. Da da da. Somebody once told me the world was macaroni. Yeah, there we go. I'm finally somewhere where I shouldn't be. That's right. It's not as polished as you wanted. I'm king of the world! The chimney is just a block. I'm surprised they have stone textures, I'm pretty sure. In Source. This is a cozy little space, though. They did a good job of selling that moment. It's a good use of lighting and stuff too. It's fun. Like I should get into doing some level design stuff at some point, but just never. Narratives never grab me.
Which is the whole point of the puzzle doors, right? That sooner or later you have to pick up and move. I really thought that was the point of it.
Oh.
This
Items
one
you
gets
love
a
at
bit
member-only
goofy.
prices. Why did you come here today? Was it to improve your life? Was it to get a better job? And now I'm doing the same kind of announcer voice. Was it to make your relationships? But that definitely fits for this, though. No, you came here to become perfect. This workshop is going to teach you how to be perfect. I want your friends, the people in your life to look at you and think, wow, this person is a better human being than I am. Right now, who do you think about that way? Who do you think about that way in your own life? Who do you know is so well developed as a person they can make you feel disgusted with yourself, compared to whom you feel useless, selfish, ungrateful? I intend to make you into that person. Perfection is within your grasp. And the question is not how we do it, but how we do it effortlessly. This is easy. It is so
About halfway
easy.
through the game,
It
the
is
perspective
so easy. Being perfect is effortless. This is the key. How do I achieve it with no effort?
and you play as the teacher. And suddenly, you discover that your teacher is just as bigoted and afraid as you are. Oh, and also you can move around the classroom now.
Oh, I didn't even try. This is the key. How do I achieve it with no effort? On the way to work, I told an elderly person to start contributing to society. Kids should not follow their dreams. No, definitely not. Leads to a lot of pain and misery. But it's a lot better than not following them. That's how I feel. Yeah, let's go with the first one. The other ones sound a little too... This is the key. How do I achieve it with no effort? Well, let me tell you right now. If it isn't effortless, then it's not the right answer. I still love you, it's just that you make me feel cold on the inside. Being alone must be awful. I like being alone, honestly. It's kind of weird. I mean, I like interacting with people a lot too, but I definitely don't mind being alone. Well, let me tell you right now, if it isn't effortless, it's not the right answer. Thank goodness all of you perceive me as being wise and intelligent. Drinking is not hurting my life. If you are torturing yourself, trying to find the right solutions for your life, you're not doing it right. I mean, like, we're gonna go with the, oh, I haven't even tried the other. I don't want to do the other responses, though. Do you understand that you won't be happy until you love me? This is for you. Seek out only one thing. It's the easiest, simplest path forward. I'm developing assist. No, okay, we're gonna go with the distracting answer. Just kidding. Anyone want to do some ecstasy after this? There is no truth. There is no path. What if I'm not a good teacher? Do what is easiest. Do what is simplest. Feel what is true. Holy shit, you guys! Something is coming out of the back of the room! Speaking of which, can I... Oh, this is as much of the classroom I can move around. This is a very straightforward narrative. Yet I have first-person controls. Again with the messy papers. No, we're gonna keep everybody in the dark. No, no, holy shit, look behind you. Nothing. No one.
I felt pretty hard for this one.
Perfection.
I feel like it's one of the most relatable experiences that
We're doing 3.
to assume that some other person is perfect and totally fulfilled in every way, and completely miss all of the little flaws that make them painfully human. I think about this game a lot these days.
These days, big when? These are all like 2009, 2010. I don't remember when this was.
This
think
one took
this
a
has been
lot
out
longer than all
for a
the
while.
others for Coda to make. It was 4 months between this and the last one. That's twice as long as it took him to make any other game before this, and it's not like it's particularly complex, so I remember I found that a little strange at the time.
Well, a lot of these same setups and same rooms and things. Oh, doors that you can't interact with. Gee, thanks. No! The invisible walls are too good! I want to jump on this stuff. Ah. Oh, they didn't close the doors on me? They always close the doors on you. And say, no, this is what you're doing now. Ladder? Nah. So is the reveal gonna be that the designer of the game is actually Coda? That's very much what I'm expecting, but we shall see. I keep wanting to screw around with stuff. I feel like this would take a while to make a level like this. Well, I don't know. If you copy paste these, it's not too bad. Yeah, this is reminding me of an idea I had of doing a magician simulator. Or just still, oh my goodness. It's just a loud noise. All right, the performance is beginning. Places, please. In this scene, you will be playing as me. We are at a gathering of professionals. First, you'll start leaning out against this wall. This is why I have not played hardly any horror games, because I just jump scares so easy. A loud noise and it's... Oh! Can I lean against the wrong side of the wall? I want to break the game! At least I got on top of the house, so I can... Good. Stay right there. The woman across the room, in this chair, is a professional photographer of animals. It's your dream to photograph animals professionally. This is your one chance to learn something from her, to gain something, to succeed. Go on, say something. Hello, you like animals? Where's the bathroom? Sorry, I have to leave. Where's the bathroom? I do kind of need to pee. That's why we're going with that one. What are you doing? Oh, wait. You're deflecting. You're not saying what's actually on your mind. Stop dancing around it and have a conversation with this person. Do it again. I'm super scared right now. I like you. I hope all of my... You're all of my hopes and dreams. No, we're gonna do... I like you. It's one of those moments of like, yeah, there's definitely a few people that I wish I had gone with, like... you're attractive. Can I give you my number? No, that's not what I said to her at all. You're completely missing the tone of the conversation. I was reserved, but I knew what I wanted. I was confident. For some reason, it was just that one moment, but it was confident. Maybe it's that you need a better feeling of the setting. There were a lot of people around us. I'll give you some props to work with. These cones that bounce when you touch them will represent the people nearby. Now talk to her again. You can't add the detail of the cones that bounce when you touch them and then not have me touch the cones. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh, pardon me. Ooh, pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Ooh. Ooh. Oops. Excuse me. Pardon me. I didn't mean to steal your wallet. I just, nope. Well, it's like, clearly I have to run into all the people. Okay, is it randomized or is it... Okay, wait, let's just do... Okay, it is randomized. Now, how many people can I bounce? Can I get stuck in a... Yes! That's what I wanted! This is clearly the first thing I did. When I met the girl of my dreams, is I ran into the crowd and ran into everybody I could repeatedly. You must have worked really hard to get where you are. I'll bet you learned to lean into the pain. What are some sacrifices you've had to make? Wise? Oh, I didn't even read the head. Wise, happy, focused, successful. Yeah, okay, so this is the person that we're holding up on a pedestal. Oh, and they don't have any word on top. Yeah, we're gonna go with the... You look like you're in pain. You're messing it up again. You'll freak her out if the conversation gets that personal that quickly. You don't realize is how important this was for me. I'll never get another opportunity like this again. Everything was riding on this. I want to try something. Try stepping back from the stage. It's the lamppost again. Can I exit stage right? Or left, rather? Oh, shoot! I don't know stage directions. Is it from facing the stage, exit stage right? Or is it from the back of the stage, exit stage right? I'm not a theater person. I did one play in middle school, and I believe my line was, I want to see how Mr. and Mrs. Hootie make baby owls. I'm pretty sure that's what the line was. Oh, I also remember there was a section where it was like, the word of the day is water, so every time somebody says water, everybody goes, yay! That's my whole, play experience from middle school. And I just watched plays in high school. Seems a bit harsh. So is the backing up ever gonna be important? Okay, yes. Now this is working. This is what it was
going to happen next in Coda's life. The solution to social anxiety, to fears of having to perform and having to chase success, the answer for Coda is to withdraw, to hide himself away. Which is what leads to scenarios like the stairs that slowed you down several games ago, where it just becomes harder and harder to access Coda's inner landscape because he keeps retreating. He just keeps backing away from possible connections to anyone other than himself. And to be honest, I didn't consider it very healthy when I first played this game. You know, it looked to me like he was trying to justify the idea of just disconnecting yourself from the world. And that wasn't what I wanted for him or for his games. Because I feel like a lot of his games are inviting me to connect with this person, to bring him closer.
Wow, there's so many layers to this retreating.
But what can you do? After this, Coda went off and took another 5 months to make a new game.
June 2010, I think I was graduating high school. Mobius Strip. To play this game properly, you must keep your eyes closed. Click to begin the game. Well, okay, we'll give it a shot. Can I? Well, I guess I could. Yeah, you'll see my avatar with the eyes closed. I don't need to make the avatar disappear again. Okay, let's. Is there, my eyes are closed. Let's see if I can drink some water. I'm not hearing any audio cues. Do I need to open my eyes again at some point? Or, just keep them closed? And take a nap or something? Oh.
You should probably open your eyes if you haven't already. It's pretty much impossible to solve otherwise. And there is a solution, by the way.
Okay, yeah, no, I was completely taking a nap there. And now we're in Star Trek, apparently. Oh, Whisper! It's the Whisper thing. Help! I'm blind! I can't see anything. What's going on? Oh my god! Oh, okay, let's, yeah. Open my eyes here. Help! Help! I'm being repressed. Everybody's blind. There was a giant door, and then my vision just went black. I see it. Turn away! Steer away! Or, we're just gonna close our eyes again. What's going on? Help, I can't see anything. Captain, what do we do? Why did I go blind? If you take the box off your head, maybe? Is there a lever or something? Okay. If we activate the shields. Well, this feels like a decision. This feels like an actual thing instead of just a narrative. I like it. Oh, hey. There's somebody up there who's also blind? Are you blind or are you something else? Is this an elevator? Ooh. Truth. The only way to stop is to speak something that is honest. I'm bursting with creative energy. I can't keep making these. My work is always fun. Bursting with energy. No, that isn't truthful. What? I am bursting with creative energy. I've made so much nonsense. I have 33 different Gam James.
Let me explain how you're supposed to do this.
Game jams?
On either side
I've
of
made
the
a
room are
VTuber?
elevators, which go up to an upper
Yeah,
level.
no, I know. I
Go
understand.
up, walk over to the person who's standing there.
My work
and
is always
select
fun.
Dialogue option number 2.
No, that isn't truthful. I still can't jump off of stuff. Why are the invisible walls so good? Okay. I can't see anything. Help, I'm blind. Okay, let's say the truth. Yes, I can't keep making these. We can't keep doing this, Bob. Yes, that's it. That's the truth.
Like I said, I was getting concerned.
I don't feel
First
it
off,
anymore. I'm out of
he's
ideas.
never been this explicit in his work about exactly what he's thinking. So where's that coming from? But then even weirder, his work has potentially stopped being an outlet for him. Not like he's having trouble iterating
going,
on
keep
ideas,
talking.
but he literally just can't think of new ideas anymore. And in person, he was being a lot more distant than usual. Like, you know how sometimes a person will just deflect anything that you say in order to keep themselves disconnected all the time? It was that kind of thing.
You're doing it. It's
Here was
working.
the point in my relationship with Coda where I really started to wonder if he needed my help in some way.
We're going to be okay. It's like, do you really believe that? The truth seemed to be fairly cynical at the beginning there.
His games are going to get more desperate from here on out. After this game, it's almost 6 months before he finishes something new.
Hello, where am I? What is this? It doesn't appear like there is a world. What is this? This is life. The universe, everything. It's like that tree in the Outer Wilds. Where'd this island come from? How do I get out of here? Hello? Anybody? We're not gonna question where the island came from, but and we don't need to get out of here. You can exist with doing nothing for a long time. Hello, anybody? Ooh, it's another island. Is that a person? How lovely. It's been a long time since I talked to anyone. What's wrong? You look lost. Where's this other person? Who's talking to me? Is this the tree? Hello, tree. How are you? I'm completely out of ideas. When I try to create, I feel empty. I have nothing left to give in my work. To empty. Yeah, it's something I haven't run into. I always have more ideas and always have energy and time in the tank to work on stuff. Oh no. What's happened? Did something change? It was a machine that kept me going and it stopped. I'm trying to find this engine that used to protect me to start it again. Let's just say Burnout. That's what it is. This has become another game. Well, I think at the time this was not another game about Burnout, but I think there's been a couple. I think Chicory touches on the topic, but I haven't played it. Wait, you're looking for a machine? I think I know where it is. It isn't far. What? What? My what? You have to take me to it. I need to see it to know why it stopped. Yeah, let's see why it stopped. These are cool little islands. It's a cool environment.
If the last
I
game
can take you
featured
to it.
Coda
There's a
talking
problem.
explicitly about his creative frustrations,
It's guarded by a
this one
difficult
turns
puzzle.
it up to 11.
If you can help me
Now,
solve the
put
puzzle, we'll
yourself
find
in
the
my
machine.
shoes playing
Deal?
this. Here's a friend whose work is exhibiting signs of struggle, frustration, anxiety, depression, even. And yet, still, he keeps making games. He keeps throwing himself into the grinder even when he clearly doesn't have the energy for it anymore. Why? What is it for?
Deal. Doesn't matter what I say, does it? Going to end up there one way or another, right? I mean, it's a pretty cynical response, but yeah, we are going to end up there one way or another, right? I mean, I kind of want to go with the cynical response, but could just go with deal. We'll do deal number 2. Deal. Ooh, it's not a tree. It's something beyond a tree. It's a dead tree. It's a few dead trees arranged in a structure. Perfect. Come along. I'll show it to you.
Because from my perspective at the time and just what I knew of him, this was a result of how isolated he was. He was in his own little bubble, just sitting at his computer all day, not really showing these games to anyone,
Here's the puzzle.
not releasing them onto the internet.
What do you think?
And so he didn't have anyone outside of himself to connect with. He had no outlet to ground himself on.
Hey, I recognize this. I've solved this puzzle before. This is easy. Well, I don't know what this puzzle is. It's just a door with a lever next to it. But it looks familiar. Hey, I recognize this. Oh, wonderful. Can you tell me how to do it? First, you have to close the door. First, you have to open the door. First, you press the switch on the side. I mean, it depends on whether the door is open or closed, but it's closed right now, so we're just gonna go with 3. You just gotta do the... First, you press the switch on the inside. Oh, on the inside. I just didn't read it. But we're not on the inside. You have to press the switch on the inside. I mean, eventually. You have to open the door. I mean, what happens if I just keep insisting that that's the answer? You have to press the switch on the inside. We're still on the outside. Okay. You have to open the door. Ta-da. Okay, now what? Now you have to close the door. Oh, wait. No! Now you have to close the door. Now you have to open the door. The first door. Oh, now you have to... Let's read the whole thing. Now you have to close the first door. Now you have to open the first door. Now you press the switch on the inside. Okay. Now you have to close the first door. Oh, here's the second door. Yeah, so now that I'm here, I'm just curious. I gotta satisfy my curiosity here. Alright, we're back outside. Okay. We'll just solve the puzzle through the dialogue thing. Okay, now what? You have to close the first door. Right, what's next? Oh, no, I'm mixing up the voices. Now just close the first door. Now just open the first door. Now just press the switch here. Now just press the switch here. That was so simple.
Talk
I can't
yourself out of
believe I never solved this
loneliness.
before.
It doesn't work that way. You can't be the one writing both the questions and the answers. Then there's no movement. Then there's no circulation. If all of your anxieties are being channeled into your work, then if the work ever fails, you have no backup and you're just going to crash.
Oi, I recognise this. Hey, it stopped. It was the machine that kept me going. Deal, what is this? I need to see it to know what it stopped. Hello, is anyone there? I'll try to create. I feel empty. What's with the noises? What are you talking about? There's no machine here. These are just some walls. The audio is I don't know if I like it. It's kind of weird. Trust me, you'll see. You have to say your word. Your work is fun and easy. You have to say the game development is simple and joyous, so that you'll love it 100% of the time. Okay, making games is simple. Sure, making games is easy. Alright, making games is effortless. Effortless. Hey, look at that. More words. That works, right? Ah, that feels wonderful. But it wasn't true. Why did the walls just crumble? Why did I feel so awful when I said that? That's lies. That's what that is. Why'd the walls just crumble? Well, it's because if you lie, then you can just fill up the room with lies, I suppose. But it wasn't true. Oh, it's I pressed the wrong number. Nah. Don't worry about it. Just keep talking. Keep saying that creation is you. When I make games, I feel completely energized. I'm constantly excited and enthusiastic about my work. It's easy. It never stops being easy. It's so easy. You just make the fucking thing.
Seeing this game
Ta-da!
at the time that he made it, it looked really unhealthy to me. I was
Every
watching
time
him
I
do
make
this
something,
to
I feel
himself, and
better.
I hated it. I hated seeing him so trapped. It's like video games are not worth this amount of suffering. This is someone I really
Feels
cared
fantastic.
about. And I used to get so much
None of this
joy
has
out
happened.
of seeing him create. For him to suddenly become angry and frustrated like this, it was the worst thing for me.
Patience. You have to trust me. I promise this will work. Please continue. Pain breezes effortlessly off me. Any sacrifices I made for my work are worth it 100% of the time. It always pays off eventually. Yes.
I don't know.
More. Keep going.
This is what I felt. at
Fill
the
me
time.
with the lies.
I don't know how else to explain it.
There is no
I
shame,
wanted
no
it to
fear,
stop
no
more than
guilt.
anything. I had
I
never
will be
felt
safe.
so rotten. I I needed more than I had ever needed anything for this to stop.
I believe this unquestioningly. I am a vessel for certainty. There's no shame, no fear, no guilt. It will all be perfect in the end. Incredible, that's it. I'm free. I'm free. The lies have set me free. Fake it till you make it. Oh, that's a person. Doesn't have their head covered.
But it didn't stop. After finishing this one, Coda takes another 7 months and comes up with a new game.
The Machine. I never watched that movie. I did hear this story. I heard the Brett Kirschner skit, but I did not watch the movie of the experience. Bam. Glad to see you arrived safely. We've captured the machine. It's waiting for you now. You can begin the interrogation whenever you like. I intend to be quick. I intend to be quiet. I intend to be brutal. Let's be brutal. Screw you, machine. Very good. Just be warned that someone called the press, so we might have a bit of attention on this one. Also, one more thing you should know about the machine. It calls itself Coda. Dang it! It is with a C, not with a K. I was imagining a K the whole time. I knew it. I knew I had the wrong letter. Do you know where the poisonous games have come from? What will we do with it? How do you capture the machine? Will it be punished? Where's the machine now? What will be done with the machine? Where's the machine now? What has the machine been doing? Hello, ma'am. Answer a few questions for the paper. Will it be punished? Where's the machine now? What are your next actions? Okay. The text that pops up like that is kind of cool. The machine.
And of course, it's the machine.
You stopped. I need you to be running. You stopped feeding us. Your work was keeping us alive. Your work was keeping us healthy. I only live to create. Those people out there, can you imagine what pain you've put them through? It's only because of your creations that any of us can make it through every day. How could we possibly go back to trusting you to do this job? It was only because of your creations that any of us could make it through the day. So, here's what needs to happen. You need to go to the people who are out there and apologize to them. You have to admit to the people that you allowed them to suffer. I've been so alone. Sounds like just a person. It's very lonely. I just need somebody to talk to. This is why I stream, so I can pretend like I'm talking to somebody. Apologize for leaving me. No, nothing. Think carefully. I know how to hurt you. I have seen the thing you fear. Think carefully, machine. I know how to hurt you. Right, the gonads. The machine gonads. Alright, then. I will apologize to the people on your behalf. How is this machine supposed to work anyway? See, when you got this many gears smashed up next to each other, because if this gear is turning this away, it's gonna make that gear turn that away. It's gonna make that gear turn that away, and it's gonna make that gear turn that away. Well, and this gear's turning this away, that way, this away. So if this is turning this away, and this is turning this away, that will work, right? So this is going that way, this is going that way, this is going that way, that's going that way, and this was going... that does line up? Do all the gears line up? I feel like when you got this many gears smashed together that they're not gonna actually turn correctly. Alright then, machine. I'll apologize to the people on your behalf. You get back to running though, right? I'll get that creativity going. You stinking machine. Oh, we changed places. How'd you do that? You didn't move or nothing. Oh, another spotlight here. My followers, my friends. Sure, we'll go with the parasocial thing. They're friends, right? Friends. It falls on me to deliver bad news. I have a troubling revelation. Sure, troubling revelation. Well, it sounds like it's trying to come to, they're trying to come to a revelization. But, may or may not be getting there. The machine will not apologize to us. The machine refuses to admit that it deliberately hurt us. I mean, the machine's not gonna apologize. It's not gonna run either. But this is not important. We are stronger than it thinks we are. We will find a way to live without it. We do not need its games. I mean, the foreshadowing said that this is eventually going to be the end. Let us pay it retribution. Let us show it that we are not failures. Follow me. We will destroy the machine. Follow me. We will destroy everything the machine has created. No, you gotta keep the work up at least. That's why I keep all my bad stuff up. That's you gotta keep the steps of how you got to where you are. Follow me. We will destroy the machine. No more creativity. No more nothing. Destroy. Destruction. Death. Yeah, it might have taken a while though. Probably all these people and stuff. It is 7:45. Oh. Meaning it's close to 8 o'clock. That was like the 8 o'clock yawn, except just a tad early. Gun. Haven't seen Gun in a while. Now we shall destroy the machine.
Remember, you can click to fire the gun.
Thank you for the hint. Is this gonna be suicide? That's the true machine, right? This feels like it's setting up for suicide, but we shall see. What's the most artful position for, okay, rule of thirds, something like that. No, wait, I said I was left side. I was a left side kind of guy. Unless this is stage right or stage left. Oh no! Oh. So you're not shooting yourself, you're shooting the... Does this one reload? Coda! I'll make sure your work dies here! I'll make sure you are known forever! I mean, it seems to be more of the destruction of the work, not... I don't know how this would make Coda live
So
forever
now the
by
work is
destroying.
becoming self-destructive. And I'll tell you, at the time that I first played this game, shortly after he made it, here's what I'm thinking to myself. I'm thinking that Coda's stuck in his own head, and that it's having a very negative effect on him, and that all he needs to do is just start showing his work to people, to get some actual feedback on his games. It might get him out of isolation. And so, as I'm thinking this, I realize that I could be the one to initiate it. Because it would never occur to Coda to start actively soliciting feedback, so what if I did it for him? If he could see the difference it would make to have more actual conversations with other human beings, would that bring him out of his mental spiral? Would it give him confidence in himself? Would it bring meaning back into his work?
Doubtful. This does not seem like the kind of thing where you, These seems to be like explorations of ideas, not conversations with other people. Actually showing this kind of thing to somebody else, I don't know if it's
So I started showing Coda's work to people. I took this one, and the islands which you just played, the theater, the notes, the house cleaning game, and some of the prison escape games. I brought them to people that I knew and trusted. I asked their opinions. And the great part is that they really loved his games. You know, the point of it all was just to give him some external reference point, but they genuinely loved his work. There was nothing for him to be afraid of.
the machine. I feel like showing the things would actually just kill the machine. Can I this is just a scripted thing. Do I have to press buttons or? Can I put down the weapon? I mean, I don't really want to kill the machine, but this did not seem like a healthy machine at this point. So, I mean, it is looking kind of rusted. So is it just click to kill machine? Okay, I guess I'll kill it.
Can you see why I felt like this was the right thing to do? Because it's the thing that I always feel like I need, to be told that my work is good, that I am good. When someone
Tell
really
me I'm
connects
good.
with
Tell
the
me
thing
I'm
that
good.
I've made, when they
Tell me I'm
see
good.
themselves
Tell me I'm
purely
good.
in my work, there's nothing that feels better. And I got to give that very same feeling to my friend. I did something. I really felt like I'd done something good. Like I was a good person. I felt like there was a friend who was in trouble and was unhappy and maybe didn't like themselves, and I could fix it. If I could give him this gift, maybe I could fix the problem. When they told me how much they enjoyed his games, it was the best feeling. It was the absolute best feeling. It made me feel so happy. So beautifully, beautifully happy.
That's the narrator has inserted themselves into the story when they didn't need to be.
So anyway, Coda finishes this game, and then really he just kind of takes off for a while. So this is June of 2011, and I didn't hear anything from him for several weeks, I guess. And so out of nowhere, one day I get an email, and it's got a private link to a new game of Coda's.
I got
This
an
one's
email
called The
from
Tower,
my brother.
and to my knowledge, it's the last game that Coda ever made. So let's take a look.
Getting an email just makes me think of, I got an email from my brother that said aliens and monsters are attacking my place. I think about that YouTube video. I think about Half-Life. Full life consequences. Probably more than I should. Well, the audio is unsettling, for sure. Doesn't seem to be the happiest of audio. It's interesting to make it look kind of like an elevator, and it's not. Like I said,
And this
well
is where I
left.
have trouble saying anything meaningful about Coda's work. Because more than anything else, the tower just feels distant. It feels like it's trying to distance itself from the world. It's a very cold game.
It's atmospheric. It's got the vibes for sure. Well, this is somebody who has a very good grasp of environment and
This
level
room
design for
actually
sure.
has a maze in it.
Oh, ow, oh, ow.
Except that all the walls of the maze are invisible. And then every time you touch one of the walls, there's this awful flashing and noise, so the experience is really miserable. The game goes beyond not being meant to be played.
Ow,
It actually
ow.
seems to despise the player for trying to play it at all. But I do want to show you the rest of the levels, so when you're ready to continue, press enter and I'll put a bridge over the maze.
So if I go, ow, ow, ow. Okay, so if I go to the left. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, how about if we do hang right? This is just making me think I should play Baton Burgle. Pretty sure that's what it is. Or is it the jumping game? There's one of them that's like a Minecraft jumping puzzle game. And there's another one that's a... just explore a big, weird, empty building. Okay, are there any seams? Can I see any of the walls at all? Oh, okay, so to the right seems to be okay. Okay. So, ow, 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 ow. Okay, so we go this way. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, so if we go this way. Ow, ow, ow. How about ow, 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 ow. Because it wasn't just ow, 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 ow. If I go to the left again. Ow, 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 ow. So that, okay, that seems like the same amount of spacing. I'm not really finding a path. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, same over here. Owie, ow, ow. It's funny how that is actually, like, genuinely painful, like. So, there's no path here. This is not a maze. Okay, unless there's something over here. It says that it's... says that it's a puzzle and it's a maze. It's not seeming so. I'm not feeling any difference between the spacing on any of these things. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow, ow. So, wait, I do still have a jump button. So, can I... parkour. Parkour! Shift does not do anything. Oh, wait. Let's see if I can jump over the maze. Owie, ow, ow. Okay, let's try jumping that away. Owie, ow, ow. Okay, how about we jump this away? Owie, ow, ow, ow. Let's do 360 no scope. I gotta try that again. So now 360 no scope. I think I did more than 360. 720. 1080. That was not a 360 no scope either. Eventually the wall will break down. Or rather my spirit will. So you did have to jump over the maze. I had the right idea. Screw you. Oh, or maybe it wasn't jump over the maze, but... So... I can fall off of the thing! Yay! I can finally fall off of something if there's not some stupid invisible wall. Okay, so this is just... It's just if you fall off anywhere. It's not a maze. That's lies. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That seems like it was more flashes that time. So are there, in fact, like, multiple walls? Like, can I hit multiple and have the same? Wait. I didn't immediately hit something that time. Right? Okay, it's doing different sets of flashing. Okay, that feels like I'm falling immediately into a wall. Okay, there's not an actual base. Okay, I'm hurting myself. Enough of the hurting myself. Okay, despite Coda not wanting us to play the game or not wanting to show it to people, we're going to ignore all of his wishes and make the beginner's game that shows off every single one of his
It's
games.
not like this is the first game that's needed some modification.
There is a
like-
path?
Like the house cleaning game. You know, that one used to actually loop the cleaning chores and you just cleaned a house forever. I had to cut it off so that you
Oh,
could
yeah.
exit the house and the game would actually end. But
Oh,
that
yeah.
game had an idea that it was actually trying to communicate. What's the deeper idea behind the invisible maze?
Owie, ow, ow. Owie, ow, ow, ow. That there might actually be a path that you just... Owie, ow, ow, ow. Wait. So it seemed like I had a further distance here. Owie, ow, ow. No, or not. Is it on this side? Owie, ow, ow, ow. This ain't no maze. I don't know how you know that there's a path, but I suppose I haven't finished the game, so it might say. But I'm not feeling the path there. So I crossed the thing. So no, what? You can look it up on YouTube after. I might, I don't know. We'll see. So wait, that was... Oh, no, that's where I came from. There we go. This is where I was trying to go. Oh, when I did the owie ow ow ow, it teleported me over there, not over here. For some reason, I thought it had teleported me across the thing. I thought I had hit a checkpoint. Like a goof. Okay, I should use the restroom. I'm gonna go do that. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's okay. I was going off this way. The invisible walls. Too good. There's the 8 o'clock yawn. It's just wild how close it is to 8 o'clock too. 0, 0,
The
0,
only way
0,
past
0,
this
0.
challenge is to randomly guess the 6-digit code. Like the invisible maze,
Can
it's
I
frustrating
interact
to me
it?
because it's the
Oh, I can.
opposite of everything else that Coda has made. It doesn't encourage thought or engagement. It doesn't ask anything of me except a lot of my time. If I could have reached him during this time, then maybe I could have asked him, but I couldn't. I still don't really understand why this is here. I'll put the code on the ground for you here, though, so that we can move on.
Is it gonna... Oh, do I have to hit it every single time? Or can I just brute force it? Well, I guess. So if I put the code in, does it do a chime or anything? Or would I have to actually brute force it? Is this number significant? It doesn't appear to be. But it's got 3 1s in it. Oh, 15, 16, 17. Doesn't seem super significant. I was like, speaking of games that just... Okay, so no, it doesn't tell you. That's the answer. But speaking of games that want to just waste your time, I am half thinking of booting up Getting Over It with Ben and Foddy after this. Feels like a good chaser. Man, I have my spiritless whiskey, but that would have been fun to drink with this, but I didn't. Oh, I have soda. I had a cherry cola that I was drinking. I could have done my spiritless whiskey and some soda.
The switch to open this
Sounds
door
great.
is actually on the other side of the door, meaning that it's literally impossible to solve from this side. So even if you somehow brute forced your way through the first 2 challenges, and you got to this point, there's actually just no way to progress. And it's scary for me, the idea of Coda cutting himself off entirely, just saying, you know, that's it, that's the end of the conversation, not giving me any way to fix the problem. I feel like a failure, I guess, when I can't fix the problem.
Oh, there's a seam. Is this
But I
just
can
an
open this
elevator
door
door?
for you, so let me do that.
This just feels like a violation. This is somebody who's saying, no,
Was I
please do
failing
not play
for
my
not
games.
understanding this game? I mean, I don't know why I would be. It's not like everything needs to have a solution, but I feel it somehow. I feel like I failed, and I don't understand why.
As he continues to push on this person that's saying, hey, I don't want to continue this conversation anymore.
I remember, it's June of 2011. I'm playing this for the very first time. And as I'm playing, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know this person. I have no idea who this person is. It wasn't the guy I knew, it wasn't my friend. I had come to so many conclusions from looking at all of his work up to this point, and then suddenly none of them...
Suddenly none of them what? Unless that's the point, is that it was supposed to be cut off? Ooh, is that a decision? Ooh, I'm taking the high ground
I had been trying to,
I'm
though.
sure.
That was the thing.
all the
For
time.
years I was trying to get to know him, to understand who he actually was and what he stood for. I asked him so many times to please just tell me what his games mean to him. I asked him please to tell me what the 3 dots mean. And he wouldn't.
What? Wait, what? 3 dots? Is this all about art? Is about what you take from it? Which, yeah, that makes sense. Each person is their own person. You can't experience the art that somebody intended unless you were that person. And then it kind of defeats the whole purpose. See, but if this is actually a person who was making things, it's kind of a bummer that they stopped, because this looks cool. I mean, this is an interesting idea. Even if it's one of those kind of waiting games of how much time are you willing to spend to... It's a different color. Is it pink? Ooh, we've unlocked more colors in the color
I
palette.
just felt so strongly that if I could have connected with him, that if I could have somehow made his work my own, that I would finally be once and for all happy. It was that I needed to see myself in someone else. I needed to be someone other than me. And he stopped and left. And it felt somehow like I had failed.
Oh, hey, I did the left side. I didn't even intentionally do that. So I am a left side guy. Which I'm not actually. I'm not left-handed or anything.
Where did I
But I
screw
have
up?
attempted to become a little more ambidextrous. So these are just... Oops. Dear Davey, thank you for your interest in my games. I need to ask you...
I'm the reason
ask
that
you
you
not to
stopped
speak
making
to me
games, aren't I? It's because of what I did. I poisoned it for you.
Oh, this was not locking me out of the place either. It's definitely different. It's got a much different vibe. It's not some weird prison. It's not...
I don't think I ever told you this, but when I took your work and I was showing it to people, it actually felt... it felt as though I were responsible for something important and valuable.
I wonder at times whether you think I am making these games for you. It's a very interesting conversation between people through a game. But like I said, it's also interesting that this is a game that can be played if this is in fact two people having a conversation.
And the people who played them, they treated me like I was important. They really listened and cared about what I had to say. Even though I was showing your work, it was... I felt good about myself. Finally. For a moment, while I had that, I liked myself.
It's the one. This is the other problem with narrative games, is that having the narrator there at any time when I'm thinking about interjecting is you've so infected my personal space that it's possible I did begin to plant solutions in my work somewhere hidden between games. If there was an answer, a meaning, would it make you any happier? Would you stop taking my games and showing them to people against my wishes? If there were solutions or not? This is also against his wishes? Giving them something that is not yours to give, violating the one boundary that keeps me safe. Why is this game up on Steam? This feels like such a violation. Would you stop changing my games? Stop adding lampposts to them.
And then you stopped, and I didn't have anything left to show people. I just had to be with myself. And as soon as that happened, there was no feeling at all. Nothing. Less than nothing. What does that mean?
When I'm around you, I feel physically ill. This is such a this is a painful breakup to experience through a video game. Struggling to come up with new ideas is not making me depressed. Low points are just a part of the process. I would also agree with that. The fact that you think I am frustrated or broken says more about you than about me. That's how I was feeling too. I was like, this is just somebody making games. Even if they are exploring stuff that's not necessarily like happy and cheerful, it doesn't mean that they're depressed. I realize that this doesn't make sense to you just yet. Which is fine. You're not my problem to solve. But I do hope that one day it clicks and that you make peace with this thing that you were wrestling.
I'm afraid that I did something really stupid because I don't like myself.
That sounds exactly like what you did. When you finally see what I'm talking about. This is like really cool level design too. It's like this, the parts break away and stuff. Don't say anything. silence is hitting so hard. Whoops, I think I kind of ruined the moment there. That was also just kind of a curiosity of, can I shut myself? Can I shut the door on myself? So the answer is yes. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, get out of the door there.
That's why I'm releasing this collection of your work, is because I haven't been able to find any other way to reach you. I've tried everything. And so a part of me has hope that if I put this compilation out into the world, and if I put my name on it, that maybe enough people will play it so that it'll find its way to you, so that I can tell you that I'm sorry. I know I screwed up. If I apologize
This
to you
is not a
truly
way to
and
say
deeply,
sorry.
will you start making games again? Please, I need to feel okay with myself again. And I always felt okay as long as I had your work to see myself in. I mean, is something wrong with me? Because I know that I did an awful thing, and I'm doing it again right now. Like, I'm showing people your work, but I can't stop myself from doing it. That's how badly I need to feel something again, like I'm an addict. There has to be something wrong with me. Can I apologize? What if I tell you I was wrong? Will that work? Will that fix it? I don't know. I don't think it will, but there's nothing else that I can do. Just tell me what you want. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, start making games again. Please help me. Please give me some of whatever it is that makes you complete. I want whatever that wholeness is that you just summoned out of nothing and you put into your work. You were complete in some way that I never was.
Oh, it's getting smaller,
I
isn't
want to know
it?
how to be a good person. I want to know how not to hate myself. Please. I'm fading, and all I want is to know that I'm going to be okay.
This is reminding me of it's not In Bruges. It's I just don't like you no more. It's not British, it's Irish. It's a very Irish movie with Colin Farrell and I mean they're both in Bruges, but I never saw In Bruges. It's Colin Farrell and Brandon Gleeson in oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's not The Hunt for the Wilder People.
More love, more praise, more people telling me that I'm good. Always more. It's like a disease.
Okay, Colin Farrell and Brandon Gleeson are in a movie directed by Martin McDonagh. It's very Irish. And he says, I just don't like you no more. And it is called I can remember all those facts and I can't remember the name of the movie. I definitely had thought about doing that like soundboard of D of Sweet D from It's Always Sunny saying, tell me I'm good. 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 See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Oh, there ain't no hands on them clocks. There's no time. It's reminding me a little bit of Fez, too. Because I feel like that's kind of what happened with Phil Fish. Is that he made Fez. People complained a whole bunch about him starting up Fez 2, and he said, nope, I'm good. No more. I mean, I think he rubbed some people the wrong way a bit, too, so... No, the invisible walls! I want to jump on the train tracks. Now I gotta go all the way around, even though it doesn't look like it. Although I don't know where I'm going, so... well, I guess I'm not really going anywhere. That's the whole point of this level. The clocks don't have hands, the signs don't have locations, and the trains aren't going anywhere, so... Yeah, I do wonder when, like, I bounce between projects so much. I do wonder if when people look at my social media and all that, if it's a kind of question of, like, you know, hey, I liked this thing. Are you gonna finish it? The answer's just no, or it's, you know, it's done. The thing is never finished. It's just abandoned. So is this just wait for an hour? The other one said wait an hour. Can you sit in a chair? I mean, that is what you do at a train station, is you just kind of sit and wait. So I guess if the expectation is to sit and wait, then I can do so. I've certainly gotten better at filling time after streaming long enough. Oh, the doors did shut. I think that's also why I explore a space in all the corners and stuff. Is also a way of killing time. But I think many creatives struggle with that. Yeah, like I said, I'm well, with all this stuff that I've made, it's also the... Wait, is that a detail thing or is that a camera thing? I'm not familiar with Source enough. They're almost like, I guess, a level of detail texturing thing. But... yeah, I don't... Well, okay, I guess there were a couple of comments on, like, that Idle Dice Roller game that were saying, hey, I'd love to see more. But... yeah, I've tried not to let comments affect me too much. I was a little bummed that the one balance game I made, I have 2 reviews on it, and they're both trash, do not play this game, because they couldn't figure out how to move the balance, you know, actually try to play it as a balance game. But that was definitely a lesson learned of, like, people don't read the description. They just download the game based on, like, an image, and then that's that, so. Although I've since added a video of how to actually play the game, so I think that, I hope that helped, but I also don't think anybody downloads the game, because that was, speaking of, like, 2010, I think it is, like, from 2010, so. Can't force it, you need to want to complete it. Yeah, I entirely agree. Well, there's some of the, like, you also need to set habits and stuff to actually finish something. Like, if you sit there and say, I'm only gonna make something when I feel good, you're never gonna make a thing. Because you're just gonna always be waiting for when you feel good, but... like, I think there is some amount of, yeah, it's hard to cross that line between, like, making sure it's a habit and also making sure you're not burning yourself out trying to finish a thing that you're just not feeling creatively. Like I said, I've managed to keep stuff varied enough for myself that I haven't run into burnout with all of the different things I've made, but I think it also helps that I haven't finished anything. So, in terms of, like, fully commercialized release of something. Although I did get to the point of, I was making Line Raider VR, and after, because it was like a 2-month-long project, that I burned myself out a bit on that one. There was a red door here that I just forgot about, that I'm just wandering around waiting for the train to come. It's here, it's ready to take me somewhere. Also, hello, I'm just pontificating about the creative process, which I suppose that's what the game is trying to me. But what do you think of the game? I think this is a very interesting story of a breakup, is what this mostly seems to be, but one of my favorites. That's what I've heard, is that people really like this. Like I said, I think it was one of my friends who's a game developer. He was saying, I believe it was this game. It was either this or the Magic Circle. That was like a should play. It's a little bit weird because it's, to me, it feels more like it's a breakup at this point, as opposed to a, like, it's not strictly about the creative process. It's kind of just the relationship between two people.
Solution. Solution. Solution.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, some things can't be solved and you just gotta live with it. Although, I really hope that's not the case for my kidney stone. Because it could cause me a lot of pain if it doesn't get dealt with. And at the rate I'm going, it's not getting dealt with. But that's also
Yes,
the...
if someone had told me ahead of time that he just really enjoyed making prison games, maybe I wouldn't have thought he was so desperate. I wouldn't have told so many people that he was depressed. Maybe he just likes making prisons.
Yeah, it's one of those maybe just don't pass judgment. So that's a Source Engine thing, I suppose. Unless it's an effect or something, because it feels like there's a bubble of detail that I'm pushing around as the player, but... The game touched me, I believe. I did something, some similar stuff, but didn't notice at the time. Like that I'm the problem. Yeah, it's one of those heartbreaking things where it's like you're excited to talk to somebody and connect with somebody, and then you end up judging and pushing expectations on somebody that you don't even realize that you're doing. It's why I've had a hard time talking with my mom and stuff too, is because that's how she talks. It's just wants to push expectations on you. that's which is why it's been hard to like have a conversation, because it's always just pushing past expectations that I have not fulfilled. But speaking of the kidney stone, that is one nice side effect is that I actually just started calling my parents more often, and that, you know, more frequent communication has been healthier all around. But there's still pushing past the unfulfilled expectations. It's just not fun. I try to not have expectations as much as I can. There's still the fighting with expectations for myself that I definitely struggle with. Like, playing Elden Ring, and it's like, okay, I've gotten to phase 2 on this boss, and yet this is like my, 20th time, and I can't hit phase 2. But it's just part of the process. It's just kind of weird where it's that beginner's luck, and then actually pushing through into learning the thing instead of just getting lucky. But it's very important, but don't let it hold you back.
Even now, the disease is telling me to stop. Don't show people what a shitty person you are. They'll hate you.
It's a really useless balcony. I saw that on Twitter a couple times where it's like, what would you do with this space? And it's those really awkward, like, things. And a lot of it ends up being, let's show a Mario 64 level in somebody's awkward stairwell. It's a bad habit, it's really hard to get rid of. I have to constantly remind myself to be better, but you can't always question yourself, I guess. Well, I don't know if it's about being better, but it's, striving to do more, maybe. I don't know, that's also something I've struggled with, is like it's so weird that it doesn't lock the doors behind me. I keep expecting it to shove me into a thing. That, yeah, be kind to yourself. Well, and it's always like yourself too, where it's you talk to somebody else and it's like, yeah, okay, you can say, yeah, don't push all these ridiculous expectations on yourself, but for you to say that is a lot harder. So, like I said, I'm a left kind of guy, sure. I just expect it to not let me do the thing. Oh, it's filling up with sand. It's like, reminding me of Outer Wilds. That's a good game. Speaking of good games. I'm so bummed that I didn't figure out the Twitch export until after I finished the game. I was like, man, I would love to have that playthrough as a fully exported thing. But I guess that's also part of the process, is that the things get lost to the sands of time. That you can't record everything despite as much as I try. Sometimes people just do or say stuff without thinking about it and see what they did sometime later. There's, well, I think that is like a psychological thing of like, you take an action and then your brain will come up with all of the reasons why you took that action. So it's like one of those, like, you don't really know why you're doing anything, but your brain will tell you why you did it, so. We all do that and only see the consequences down the line. Really want to get around to playing Outer Wilds? I highly recommend it. Yes, Outer Wilds, not Outer Worlds. I told my dad, I'm like, you like adventure games, right? Like, try Outer Wilds. And he's like, oh, I went and downloaded Outer Worlds, and it's really fun. I'm like, that's close. That's not the one I was saying, but sure, have fun with it. But yeah, he was saying Outer Wilds just, like, didn't look like his kind of thing, and I was like, it's sure, it's not as graphically intense, but Outer Wilds is, it's not for everybody, but if you like adventure games, I would recommend it. Yeah, I'm definitely one of those people that absolutely loved Outer Wilds, but I also watched a friend do a whole playthrough of Outer Wilds, and he just wasn't vibing with it. Easy to get them mixed up. Very different games, yeah. Yeah, it's funny that they released right around the same time, too. I know that's what happened when they announced the name of it. That it was a, they're like, yep, I guess we're doing Outer Wilds and Outer Worlds in the same year. So, speaking of Outer Wilds, this is like the end of Outer Wilds feel to it. Which I guess for if you haven't played the game, here's, I guess, a spoiler, but also maybe intrigue, so. Have I played Return of the Obra Dinn?
My life depended on finding something to be driven by other than validation. What would that even be? It's strange, but the thought of not being driven by external validation is unthinkable. Like, I actually cannot conceive of what that would be like.
Yeah, it's definitely, I've struggled with that, where I'm like, okay, I know I can't run off of other people's validation, but it's hard to kind of find the internal thing to do stuff. Sometimes. But I have not played Return of the Obra Dinn. It is on my list. Is it on my list? Let me double check that it's on my list, because it should be on my list. Because I don't think that one's super long, right? Yeah, okay, I put it on my list. Yeah, 10.5 hours. That's why I was booting up the beginner's guide, because I'm like, okay, it's short. I can finish a game before Elden Ring comes out, and I never finish anything for a while because it's so big. But yeah, released at the same time to add to the confusion. It's funny how those things kind of come in waves, where it's like a wave of zombie games, a wave of pirate games. I don't really know what the next wave of theme game stuff. I know they're still doing live service stuff, and there's gonna be more of those, but I don't really know what these pillars are, but Yeah, Beginner's Guide is 100% a one-sitting game. Well, you're seeing how fast I'm playing this, so I could. No, I think it'd be hard to push it into it. Well, it's like I keep thinking I want to go to bed at like 9, which would be in half an hour, but. Well, and I think I pushed it beyond the hour and a half that it said it should take, so. I think I'm gonna play Wander Stop. Was that recently? That was a recent showcase thing, right? That was not a... My next big game that I want to do, beyond Elden Ring, so when the DLC hits, I'll be doing that, but then Animal Well was the next thing I was going to do, because... Oh, Stanley Parable and Tacoma creators. Aha, that's why it's another... I have not played the Stanley Parable either, so I also want to do that. I put Wonder Stop on my list, but as I was showing at the beginning of the stream, I have 3,000 games on my wish list, so I don't know if that really counts for anything. But I haven't done too many cozy games, but yeah, maybe made by Davey Rendon, the brother of Doug Duck. I know they did a whole playthrough of the Stanley Parable. Yeah, now that I'm finally doing this, I feel like I should try the Stanley Parable. It's one of those ones that I know interests me, and I just haven't given it a try. Yeah, this one grabbed me simply because of the length, so. I didn't play Stanley Parable? Not yet. I definitely plan to. It's, well, okay, it's on the list, which there's a lot of things on the list. But no, I have not played Stanley Parable yet. Somehow this is my start of, my Davey Renton games. I mean, this was short though, so please do me a favor. It's on my list. I do want to play Stanley Parable. I
think I need to go. And I'm sorry, because I know that I said that I would be here and I would walk you through this, but I'm starting to feel like I have a lot of work to do. I have a lot that I need to make up for, and so I'm just gonna... Okay.
And that was another reason why I was thinking of picking up Stanley Parables. I know they did a deluxe edition, and I was like, yeah, okay. There's another good excuse to do Stanley Parable. I know that's the same thing happened with Braid, though, that they just did a re-release of Braid. And I'm like, I never played Braid back in the day either, so... That's definitely another... Well, it's because I leave them for, like, Fridays, where I'm like, okay, Friday's my stream game, I'll play it then. And it's like, I should... Well, it's because I want to do game development, that's the focus. So I'm like, okay, Monday, Wednesday, I want to get some game development done, which only leaves Friday for games, but... Then I squeeze all of the mobile games in, where I'm like, oh, let's play a bunch of Squad Busters. Before you play the Stanley Parable, do the demo. Okay. Braid's very cool too. Yeah. Well, and I think I spoiled myself. I think I read what the ending of Braid was, and I still remember it, so... Kind of ruined that bit, but... But I'm still interested in playing Braid, especially now that there is an enhanced version. What am I developing? I've made so many little games and things that I have not finished. But I spent last year working on a game called Bump Squad, which was a numberless card tactics game. That's what I was going with. Kind of an abstract game, but I was trying to generate the cards, and still kind of in the weeds on that one. Oh, that does my portfolio. It's not a link to my portfolio. It's the... Oh, yeah, because I have the links to the other stuff there, too. But yeah, that YouTube video is a little out of date, but it does have a good sense of the stuff I've made. But yeah, last year I made a card tactics thing. This year I was working on Theory Crafter, which was a Rutro. Did I do Linktree or links? Oh, okay. So I need to update my Twitch page if it says Linktree, because I think I did switch it to links. Yeah, I did. Okay, let's let's correct that. Thank you for testing that. There we go. Okay, good to know that that's properly updated now. Yeah, beginner's guide is right on the nose for me. Well, I show my stuff. I know that was kind of what the discussion was here, was that the person was not showing their work to other people, but in terms of, I've made a lot of games that have sort of honed in on a style, but not fully. And these are all like first-person narrative games. Like, I don't have a genre that I've stuck to, so. I switched, but it doesn't reflect. Yeah, I figure it's gonna take a little bit for Twitch to actually update the link there. But yeah, because I have links in the title, but I had Linktree on there, but now it should just be links. Yeah, like I said, this is pretty sure this game was the what my other game dev friend recommended to play, like a must play kind of thing. But if you're interested in all of my other links and stuff, I stream pretty regular on Monday and Wednesday with game development stuff, and on Fridays I do stuff like this. For a while, I was trying to keep it to indie games, and then it turned into just whatever I wanted to play. Which kind of was Elden Ring's fault. Because that's how big game. Is this actually leading to an end of something? Or is this, back to wandering around? So. For a game developer, this has to hit different. I think this is kind of for any creative. I think it's, you know, because there's nothing in this that really says, I mean, because it's a simple narrative, these are fairly simple narrative adventures that it's, hey, I can fall off the thing, it's not an invisible wall, hell yeah. But yeah, this definitely is, I feel this as a, like, because it's something I want to get into, is doing more content creation in terms of like talking about other people's games and saying, hey, look at this cool thing somebody's making. Which that's definitely like more, if somebody's put something out in public, that's what I'd be okay with saying, hey, here's something that somebody made. Yeah, I know the difficulties of the creative process, so I feel a little less like if somebody makes something, like, you have to force them to shout it from the rooftops, where it's like, I think it's helpful, but I know for some people, or, you know, it's like when the time is right, they will say, hey, I made a thing, and if that time never comes, then that time never comes. But I know that happens with leakers and stuff, where it's for like some kind of showcase, or it's the developers had their thing leaked before a trailer could drop, and it's somehow so now it's disappointing as opposed to like a full hype moment. Oh, I saw a light down here. I feel like I could have escaped had I been a little faster. Whoopsie daisies. I was not expecting. Oh, there's the light. I can escape. Yeah, some people need a push and some people need their boundaries respected. Yeah, I've definitely... Oh, it just stopped here. I do get a little pushy sometimes. Like I know there was a game development event I went to where somebody was saying like, "Oh, I thought about making games and stuff," and it was very much like a no, go do it, go make games. I know that's Thor from Pirate Software. That's like the thing he chants all the time is go make games. So, but that was also somebody saying, "Hey, I'm interested in making games. I'm interested in getting into it." But yeah, there's. I feel like it's one of those things if like you push somebody and they say that helped, or you push somebody and said please don't, then if you push them again, it's definitely on you. That's not what they wanted, but yeah, it's definitely the question I ask when somebody does something or makes something. It's the question of intent. It's like, so what were you intending with this? Because it's like, oh, if it's something where they were intending to just make something to learn something and didn't need to show it to anybody, then yeah, I'm not gonna push and say, hey, go tell people about it. But yeah, because as much as it's a bummer that like of all the people I know who have started streaming, I'm the only one that's still streaming on a regular basis. Like, I feel like it's a little bit of a bummer because it's just nice to have other creative people to talk to. But I'm also not going to push and say like, oh, like, hey, you should get back into streaming. But well, and it's one of those things too where it's like, of all my friends that have, you know, streamed for a little bit and stopped, they also all have more followers than me. Like, I've been doing this pretty regular for 3.5, like 4 years, and just the follower rate is just at a crawl. But I also don't stream for like followers. It's just I like streaming and I like recording what I've streamed. So, but there is that part of me that's like I like a discussion with other people too. So yeah, befriend others that are already streamers is much easier than convincing others to start. Yeah, definitely. Like, well, and it's one of those things too where it's like I haven't interacted much on Twitch, where it's like it's hard for me to find the time to actually watch other people's streams. But the little bit that I've done has actually gotten it so that there's, you know, a couple people that come by on a regular basis to say hey. But and then the end of this is kill yourself. That's what KYS is the because there's an acronym for that, which is kind of terrible. There's an acronym for that, but well, the other one was just infinite weight, right? You don't actually have to jump on the thing. I mean, is this the end of Coda's creative process, or is this a big old F you to Davey Rendon to kill yourself? Because I think it could be read as either or. So, a couple years I used to create art, just when I felt like it. It's like 60 gigabytes of files that you never showed to anyone. Wow. That seems like a lot. 60 gigs? Is it so it's either a lot of art or very unoptimized. Like I said, I like to record stuff, so a lot of the stuff I do is out publicly, and that's like what I use social media for, is a like a public record of stuff. Yeah, that's really what it is too. It's not like I need feedback on like, hey, I made this art. It's just a record for me to say, hey, like I can look back at this date and I was making this thing. So yeah, push yourself to release things before you were happy with it, otherwise it's never released. Might be more because the PC broke down. Yeah, I've definitely lost some games I spilled some water on a laptop and did not have a backup, and I'm a little bummed because there was like some music that I had made that I actually thought was pretty good, and some games that I made that I thought were kind of interesting that I lost. Kind of bummed. Yeah, it's definitely a reminder to back up your stuff. Don't forget to save. I think that's the other reason I release stuff publicly, like on social media, is because it's a lot of art and stuff I make. I never end up fully happy with it, so I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm pretty much never gonna be happy with the stuff I make. So sure, I'm gonna release it. Why not? Well, I get because of that innovation, I get too enamored with getting the idea across. Where I'm like, okay, if this gets the idea across, that's all I need to do. Like, I don't need that perfection. I forgot that this blocks you off. Yeah, okay, so this is as far back as you can go. I was half tempted to just ramble and walk all the way back, but I guess that's as far back as I can go. For me, it was never to produce something. It's more about the mood I had back then. And just, do something that you cared about. Didn't feel like someone had to validate my skills. Yeah, that's the other thing about making stuff, too, is that it's all cumulative. It's like you're learning every time you make something, so even if it's never seen by anybody. Like I said, it's a question of intent, where it's like if you just want to learn something, then yeah, it's fine if you don't release stuff. But I think it is that people just want to connect to each other. And like somebody making something and making art is kind of one of the best ways to do that. So I think that's why it gets a little heartbreaking when somebody doesn't show off the stuff they make. I know, because there was that lady that somebody found a bunch of old film canisters that somebody had taken a bunch of pictures of, and they actually went and like produced all the film and found all these like really cool photos that this person had taken, but it was this realization that somebody had captured all these moments and then never actually developed the film. I don't remember what the name of... I don't remember any names involved. But yeah, it was just this lady that just had a whole bunch of films she never developed. And a lot of really good photos, too. Sorry for projecting my interpretation. Ironic considering the game. Every time I finish a project, I feel somewhat empty and sad. Similar to when a show ends. Yeah, I feel that too. Which, as I sit here, not ending the game. So, well, and I don't know if this is the end, but this is an ending of some kind, possibly. Oh, it's the bug again. It's not the death. It is ascending into... I saw the mouse for a microsecond, so it's loading something. Let's see. There's no exits. Don't know if you can solve it. Be curious if this is like a hand... This can't be handmade. This has to be like an algorithmically created thing, but... This is kind of impressive. It would take you a while to get anywhere. This is a really cool, impactful visual.
Turn back.
For R.
Turn back from this cave.
Who's R in this game? It was like there's Coda, there's Davy Rendon. Rami Ismail. Okay, I do recognize one of those names. William Pugh, I believe, did that one game. That game that I played, it's another first-person puzzle, colorful sort of thing. Oh, that's pretty quick in terms of credits. Well, that was a cool, impactful ending there, but yeah, it's definitely that like pushing somebody into something that they did not want to. Yeah, okay, I never found the notes at the bottom there, unless I just did that level wrong. All right, not wrong necessarily, but I never found the notes to read all of the little notes. No, this is definitely a neat introspection on, you know, not pushing too hard on the person who's being creative. Like I said, it's the intention of a piece of art, as opposed to making it specifically what you want. Interesting, they stuck the lamppost on the menu here. I think I'm in too healthy of a headspace for it to hit as hard as it could. Like I said, I kind of understand the, like, you know, person that, yeah, 3.5 hours for a game that probably should only take an hour and a half. But I just kind of wander around. Like I said, that visual was very impactful, for sure. Yeah, I thought about playing Poppy Playtime, because I hadn't played that one, but I like the idea of torturing myself with getting over it with Bennett Foddy as a chaser for the beginner's guide. Okay, now more narrative or narrator heavy artsy kind of game with a lot more different vibe in terms of controls. Mostly playable with controller. Have 7 hours on the game? I guess if you played through it again and tried to rub yourself against every wall, I could understand seeing 7 hours. Yeah, like I said, I just sort of make stuff without any kind of... I don't require any external validation. But it is nice when it happens. Sometimes. For the most part, it's nice when it happens. It sounds like many of my playthroughs. Yeah, that's why when I put down the, like, how long to beat, I tend to put down the completionist instead of the mainline story. Because I tend to get pretty... Well, I tend to play slow. I don't know that I play completionist. I'm not like a... I have to get every achievement. But I do go fairly thorough with rubbing myself against every wall and stuff. Did that 4 to 5 times. Do I have, like, a piece of art that, like, really affected me? I know there's stuff that I really like. Like Mad Max Fury Road, I've watched plenty of times. And I know my sister and I wore out the DVD on The Incredibles because we liked it a ton. And it's a bummer that The Incredibles 2 kind of sucks in comparison. I love The Incredibles. I do not like The Incredibles 2. But is there... I'm trying to think of, like, media that I I think it is like Mad Max Fury Road. I go back and rewatch repeatedly. But that's one that I really like because of quality, not necessarily because of, like, like it was just really emotionally impactful. I should try that with The World Ends With You. I thought that, like, that was an awesome game. That was kind of an impactful ending for me, for The World Ends With You, but I was a little bummed when I tried to do the port of The World Ends With You, and it just wasn't hitting the same. Like, the DS version, I enjoyed the hell out of, but the mobile port was not doing it for me. And then I tried the Switch port, and it wasn't doing it for me either. Do I like the Furiosa? I did like Furiosa. It's a different vibe than Fury Road, which is interesting because it's a lot of repeated characters and stuff. But I did like Furiosa. And, for me, it doesn't hit the highs of Mad Max Fury Road. Fury Road is such like a contained. It's such a tight story. Furiosa is much more loose and intentionally so, but. Yeah, there's a new one. Yeah, apparently nobody went and saw it either, which is a bummer, because I'm like, I want more Mad Max movies. I don't know that they're going to do more Mad Max movies, because Furiosa flopped pretty hard. But it was kind of a tough sell, because even me, who absolutely loves Fury Road, when I heard that they were doing a prequel with Furiosa, I wasn't entirely sold. I'm like, I'm also just not huge on prequels. I'm like, I don't need more of that story. Like I like when it's a contained story and stuff. So have I ever beaten the beginner's guide? No, that was first playthrough. I think I put that tag on Twitch that it was first playthrough. Just like this, I have not beat this this game either. I've gotten up to the part with the stairs up past this, but that's as far as I've gotten. I just don't know how to get past it, and then I fall all the way down, and I'm like, okay, well, we're gonna pack this up, come back to this another day. This happens to be a day where I come back to it. So this is another one of those ones where I looked at the, like, oh, average playtime is like 7 hours, and I'm like, I'm at 7 hours, and I think I've only scratched the surface, so. But this game is not easy, so. Oh, sorry, I meant this game. Yeah, I have not beat this game either. Like I said, I've gotten up to the stairs that are, if I can get over there. I've not been in that spot before. Okay. Also, are you implying that people play this repeatedly? Like, why would you do that to yourself? I guess you could maybe get good at this. I don't know why you would want to. Because it's intentionally, like, awkward controls. So it feels a little weird to, like, get good at this. Nah! I know how to do this. Like I said, this is one of those things where it's the knowledge between knowing how to do the thing and actually doing the thing are two separate things. So, this is a little bit of a bummer. That's a weird spot. Yeah, I don't know about I don't know where to put the sensitivity on the mouse. It always feels like, do I need it more sensitive, less sensitive? I think I'm keeping it at the kind of medium there, but. If you beat the game 100 times, you get a golden pot? That's awesome that the game supports that, but also I'm concerned for anybody who beats the game 100 times. I don't understand why you would do that, but yeah, people tend to move on to the next rage game instead of repeating them. Well, I think that's kind of any platformer. I think it tends to be once you beat it, you don't really go back to it necessarily. I guess there's. I don't know if there's a speedrunning community for this. I don't know. I don't know if I've heard of a speedrunning community for this kind of thing. Yeah, in terms of rage games, this is the only one that I've really attempted much of. Not typically my thing, but this is a. I feel like this is one of those like kind of seminal classic. Speaking of stuff like Braid and the Stanley Parable, some of those like game design touch points, or I don't know if classic would be the word, but like have you heard of Counter-Strike? Played any other rage games like Jump King or Pogo Stick? Getting over it feels like the entry point. Yeah, and that's where I'm at. This is my entry point. Oh, let's switch Twitch over to getting over it. It's kind of weird, but this feels like the correct chaser for the beginner's guide somehow. Is this just kind of a meditative art experience? Well, I guess this is also a game about process, in a way. The process of making something and doing something. How do you come up with a control scheme like this, and then come up with the balls to say, yeah, this is usable. This is a game. Okay, let's get into a little better position. Well, okay, as much as this might be a good chaser in terms of theme, this is not necessarily a good chaser in terms of simple narrative walking simulator 2. Let's see how good my mouse is. And how good my hand-eye coordination is. But oh, there was the question of Counter-Strike. I've played some Valorant, but not good at that one. I played that one long enough for somebody to yell at me and say, "What in the fuck are you doing with those smokes? Stop playing the game, please." It was like, oh, I don't know that I want to continue this, so I just don't tend to do competitive multiplayer stuff. I think some of it is that fear of somebody yelling at me that I'm doing something wrong, but okay, no, we're not gonna reset all the way. I don't need to reset all the way. I just wanted to get back up to this. It's every time I play this game, I just want to get back up to the stairs, and it doesn't necessarily happen. So, well, this was definitely a good, like, nice meditative experience before I get into playing this kind of thing. So, every FPS with multiplayer is a rage game nowadays. Well, I think any kind of competitive multiplayer most definitely has the chance to turn into a rage game, so. Yeah, kind of rip progress. Well, it's one of those things of process. Every time you do it, you get a little better at it. At least you'd hope. It tends to be what I say. It's just like, you'd hope. Which is the sense of like, I don't know if I am getting better. Okay, so this is too sensitive. We're not sensitive enough. I can't tell. It feels like... Okay, so that's more sensitive. Yeah, okay. So put it on, like, dummy. Put it on low sensitivity. So let's get an arm workout going. I lied. This feels worse. Okay, no. Okay, put it... We're just gonna get used to one sensitivity and call it good. I always try to change it every time I play this game, and then it just never seems to matter. So, it's all about mastery of the mechanics. Yeah, which just has not clicked with my brain for this one at all. I can sometimes I feel like I'm getting somewhere, and then well, it's when the narrator comes in and goes, "Oh, that was a nasty fall," and then like starts to pontificate about something, and I'm like, I don't really need you to hop in, but that's fine. It's also the again, the, like I said, narrator heavy thing. It sort of fits. Oh, it's the guy doing the grunts too. It just primes me to say, okay, I should be feeling a certain way about this. And it's like, I don't need to. I can just... Okay, let's chill. Daddy, chill. Love the narrator rubbing salt in the wound. Well, because it's what is that? It's on the Steam page. I think it says... I made this game to hurt people, I think it was. Which I guess the the tower level of the beginner's guide was also hurting people. Okay, this... I'm out of practice. Not that I've ever gotten good at this game, but I've somehow gotten worse. Well, okay, no. It's not... Gotta not use absolutes. It's about... I am not feeling it right now. It's all part of the process. It's all part of the plan. We live in a society. Okay. It's because he does that hover thing where he's like, yeah, I clearly you want to just put the hammer. It's like you want to put the guy on the ground. He's like, nah, that is the one thing I do not want to do. Because I want to get there where I can just launch, and it's just, nah, we're not gonna do that. Because I've played some hours of this game, and I don't know how you get good at this game. There's somehow, despite the fact that the controls are entirely deliberate, intentional, there is no randomness in the controls. There's a word for that, but there is no randomness in the controls, and yet somehow I feel like it'd be hard to fully understand and grasp the controls and get good at the game. Thank you. It's like typically I have more trouble with that section, but I seem to have had less trouble with that section. There we go. Okay. Back up to take a break here again. Okay, is the game quiet? It seems mighty quiet. Not that I need louder sounds of... It says it's fine. And... let's do a nice... it seems quiet. I don't know that I need to bump it up anymore, but... I can. Nah, screw it. If it's quiet, it's quiet. I don't care. So. Oh, and it is 9 o'clock. Should I go to bed? The answer is yes. Am I gonna go to bed? The answer is no. I'm going to try to get to the stairs again. And then, probably, it's 3 a.m. How am I so appealing to the middle of the night folks? That seems to be my entire audience. Is it's midnight, it's 3 a.m. It's like it's 9:30 where I'm at. I know the West Coast it's even earlier, so. But yes, please do sleep. If it's 3 a.m., you do not need to be watching me flail at this. So go to bed and get some rest. But if you're ever interested, I will be around on... Well, I guess if it's 3 a.m., because I stream from 6 to 8 Eastern, so... Probably not a great time, but... I do stream pretty regularly on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. And I try to start earlier sometimes, but... Hey, thank you for the follow. Ugh. Yeah, it'll be Elden Ring soon when the DLC drops, but I do a fair amount of other indie game stuff, typically. At least I try to. And I also do my own game development stuff, but... Like, also, congrats to the bot for winning some stuff there, it looks like. I feel like I've had more control over this before. And I don't know if that's higher sensitivity or lower. I feel like with higher sensitivity would be better, but I don't know. Yeah, this is definitely one of those, like, when I get to the hard game, I just want to do the, start quoting long speeches. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings that are... No, we're not quoting all of Hamlet. We are quoting all of The Lighthouse instead. Also, don't need to do that one either. There we go. Tuck in there. There we go. Tuck in there. There we... You! Okay. That... You're so close there, buddy. Okay. I guess I could stand up if I really wanted to get some good standing energy and see if that helps, but... Okay.
Oh, no.
It's so close to where I want it. On the edge of that slide, to then hook up to the top of the slide, to then jump across. There we go. It's just, I don't understand why they did the, like, it's hard to set the pot down on top of the sledgehammer. Because it's kind of where I want it, is on top of the sledge. Why do you do that? I do not understand the intricacies of the controls at all whatsoever. Which, I guess there is a whole genre of fighting games where that's the whole point, is to figure out the intricacies of the controls. So, and those take hundreds of hours. So, I devote hundreds of hours to this. I might get good at it. So, is there... Let's see. Oh, I was going to start watching the Alien films. I'll probably do that tomorrow. Alien Romulus looks really cool to me. Just because I like Fed Alvarez. I like the... he did a remake of Evil Dead that I enjoyed, and then did Don't Breathe, which is also pretty good. And then I was like, oh, he's heading up an Alien remake. It looks kind of like a remake, but in another Alien movie. That looks fairly good. Yeah, I've watched Alien. I think I've watched Aliens. And then I've watched the Prometheus and Alien Covenant. Which, I like Alien a lot, and like I said, I think I've watched Aliens, which is an entirely different feeling movie, but also pretty good. But, and Prometheus was interesting, but Alien Covenant was just laughable. That one was, not a fan of Alien Covenant. That one just felt so goofy. I remember laughing the entire time I was watching it, which is like, yeah, this is a horror movie. I don't believe I'm supposed to be laughing at everything that's happening, but... Because I think it was supposed to be stupid people doing stupid things, which to me turned into a comedy of errors that I was laughing at instead of like, oh no, it's horrifying that this person is about to die in a horrific way. I feel like there's another Fed Alvarez thing, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. But yeah, I've watched a good chunk of the Alien movies, and with Alien Romulus coming up and looking pretty cool, I was like, yeah, I want to fill in my knowledge and rewatch the franchise, because I haven't watched Alien 3, and I know there's another Alien movie in there that I have not watched. Yeah, I was talking about it with a friend, and he was saying that Alien versus Predator is is a really dumb movie, but also kind of fun. But Alien versus Predator, the sequel, is just really bad. So it went from a bad movie to a really bad movie in terms of Alien versus Predator, but that's not a crossover I would have. Sure, they're both like aliens that attack, but I think I'm just also not a huge fan of crossovers. Like I like something that has a theme and sticks to it, but and I think if the idea is this is like purely a crossover, like something like a Smash Bros or Squad Busters, where there's no theme on top of the game and that it's just a crossover theme, that's also okay to me. Like Fortnite has also hit that, where it's like the whole theme is just crossovers. But I feel like Alien versus Predator is more of like a, well, maybe that is just all crossovers, because I'm like, I know there's like all this Abbott and Costello films where it's like they meet some kind of a literary figure. Yeah, I don't know why I don't know why my parents like, I remember listening to a fair amount of old Abbott and Costello tapes as a kid, which I'm like, that's way before my time, but I remember having a good time with it. I also remember they had a lot of jingles for the Camel cigarettes in the middle of the tapes too. CAMELS, Camel cigarettes for gotta get your smoke on. Yeah, definitely never appealed to me. Not a smoker at all. I'm like, my tiny little body is probably gonna have enough health problems as I age. I'm glad I did not add smoking to that list. I hate you. I knew that was off. There's a point that I'm going to start adding speed to it, and then I'm changing the entire pattern of what I do, and it starts to get worse again, because I'm trying to do something else at a different speed, but that's... I suppose it's like cooking. There's no way to speed it up. It's just you gotta wait for the thing to cook. Hold up, let him cook. Hold up, let the hammer guy swing. There's no way you can swing it any faster. Let's see. Yeah, because Alien Romulus was also part of the, like, I saw a trailer that I really liked for an upcoming movie and was like, I haven't watched this franchise. Because I did that with Planet of the Apes. I saw the trailer for Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes and I was like, this looks really cool, and I like my sci-fi movies. And so I went and watched all of the Planet of the Apes movies, which are a really interesting bunch of movies. Because the first one's pretty good, and then the second one is not so much. Not bad. It's interesting. All of the movies are interesting, even if they're not good necessarily. But the interesting part about it for me was that the second one feels like, okay, that was an ending. Like, I don't know where they're going to go from here. And then there's the third one where it's like, oh, that was an ending. I don't know where they're going to go from here. It's just kind of weird to have a couple of sequels that are like, that feels pretty definitive, and yet somehow there's more movie. But in terms of the original Planet of the Apes movies, and then the newer stuff with Andy Serkis, I think the newer stuff with Andy Serkis is the best of Planet of the Apes. But Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes is pretty good, and the first Planet of the Apes is pretty good. And they're all interesting in their own way. They all do something different. It's a very interesting franchise.
No.
Okay, there we go. I wanted to tuck that in there. There we go. That's what I wanted. There we go. Now, I was in the right spot. Why? You gotta put so much effort into... Oh, you looked at it funny. Fly off into the distance. It's like, I just want to adjust my hammer, and it's like, bye-bye! Okay, I just want to get to the stairs, because the stairs is the part that confused me. And I just do not know how to get around that. There we go. I could see him wanting to fly off into the distance again. There's so much difference between actually settled on the ground and about to settle on the ground. And it's sometimes hard to tell whether it's at the point of... Bruh, why you gotta do this? Okay, that worked. Surprised. Okay, here it is. This is the part that I don't know how to do. I do not know how to approach this. Excuse me, what? I finally made it back to here. And now I'm like, fluffing, I don't know what you want from me here. I'm not gonna like it. I haven't. I've attempted it a few times and not known what to do, and then fallen all the way down again. Do I want tips or to figure it out on my own? At this point, I will take tips. I've tried to figure it out on my own. I feel like it's like you got to do a bunch of fast movements, but I don't know how to do that. So... I suppose I could have looked up a guide, but... So, you need to push yourself to the side, and then grab... Yeah, because it's just... I don't know how you climb those stairs. Yeah, because I've been able to do... Like, hit the side of this to fling myself over there. But then that's where I get stuck as to, like... I can kind of scrape along the stairs, but I don't know how to get up from there. Too far to reach without being in the air. Yeah, like I said, I was able to figure out here, push off of that to swing and reach the stairs. But then it's that second part of, like, once it touches the stairs. Like, I don't know how to get further. Okay, deep breath. Possibly crank up the desk, get some standing energy going. Nah, it's late. I shouldn't be exercising. Yep, that's about as far as I get. Where I'm like, don't know. That's the farthest I've ever been. You can grip the stairs despite them being steep. Okay. Almost had it. At least it's a safe fall. Well, but it also comes with the secondary bit of having to cross this, which you've seen me struggling with this for a while, and then I do one of those numbers that pops me all the way back down, and then I go, okay, how about another day? Yeah, I'm trying to keep myself in calm mode. It's I like to fake rage. Oh, okay, maybe not fake, but it's fun being angry sometimes, but it also is not helpful. Yeah, see, it's one of those moments where it's like, feels like I should be able to swing the hammer around, and then it just stops and doesn't. So, yeah, things get worse when you panic. This umbrella drives me bonkers too, because it's like I want to get to the top here where it'll actually grab, but it does not do that. Oh, I thought that was going to be the end. This is the end, it's ending. I haven't watched This Is the End, but it looked like a really dumb, bad comedy from forever ago. Well, it was also one of those meta comedies. It's like, oh, let's comment on the industry. And, not huge on that. But I do like comedies, and I know Emma Watson is in it, and and Emma Watson is mighty pretty, so I did kind of do that with Hannah John Kamen. Like, I'm like, oh, she's really pretty. Let's watch some of her stuff. That was my impetus for starting that sci-fi original series. Oh, it's not Firefly. That's yeah, they acted as themselves. Yeah, I haven't seen the movie, but there's a few of those kind of dumb Seth Rogen, James Franco comedies that I haven't seen, but it's kind of interesting that the more I branch out and say like, oh, this isn't for me, and then I watch it, I'm like, that had, a lot more in it that I enjoyed that I didn't think I would. It's something like The Simpsons. Like, as a kid, my parents were just like, ew, gross, adult comedies. And now I have since watched all of The Simpsons, and I'm like, I like it. It's not like the best thing ever, but I do like The Simpsons. Yeah, and I watched like Futurama and Disenchanted. Yeah. The Seth Rogen, James Franco, they're all kind of silly. Yeah, because I watched Pineapple Express and liked it. It was one of those ones like, I don't know if I'm going to like this much, but I did enjoy it. It's interesting, too, where I'm like, I don't know that I'm much of a horror movie enjoyer, and then I'm like, oh, no, but I've watched all of the Evil Dead stuff, and I like... Okay, not the TV show. I watched all the Evil Dead movies, and I like the Evil Dead movies a lot. But yeah, where I'm like, I don't feel like I'm a horror game guy, but I've had fun with horror games and stuff too. I never did finish Amnesia. I think I got down to like where it was really dark and scary, and the like soldiers or what are supposed to be soldiers are chasing you, and was like, I think I'm good. But like I said, I was half tempted to boot up Poppy Playtime. But I spent 3 hours on Beginner's Guide when it really only should have taken like an hour. Do not do that, please. Or do that? I don't know. Okay, now what? See, and then I'm like, now what? Like, how do I need to be able to... Huh. Whoop. Yeah, that's one of those things of like, I know Emma Watson is in The Circle too, and I'm like, do I want to watch that just because actress is pretty? But that's how people watch movies, or at least they did back in the day. Was, you know, hey, this is a Tom Cruise movie. Everybody knows and likes Tom Cruise, so let's watch it. Which I was just watching Jawan recently. That's a Indian movie that has Shah Rukh Khan in it, who's like King Khan, who's like the biggest actor in Bollywood. That was a good movie. It's a pretty basic action movie, but it was a good movie. And it was refreshing to see the Indian cinema in terms of like the emotions are high, so let's bust out into song. It's just a little more theatrical over like cinematic. Sure, it was an action movie, but it made the time to like, let's do a big dance number just for fun. Yeah, I watched RRR as well, so done a couple of like very high profile like pop Indian movies, so haven't gotten super deep into the foreign films necessarily. Some of it is just my mom was recommending some foreign films and stuff, and I've enjoyed it. She's gotten into it just because she has gotten sick of all the like superhero action movies and stuff. Like she falls asleep on that kind of stuff and has just gotten into foreign films. Yeah, and then it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, sometimes it does feel like practice makes perfect. Like I'm getting a little more into the vibe of the game. Let's see. Yeah, I started reading a little more of The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. I have my big book of Bronte Sisters stuff. So I read Wuthering Heights. I read Jane Eyre, and then I read Wuthering Heights, and now I'm reading Tenant of Wildfell Hall. And I like Jane Eyre a lot. And Wuthering Heights, it took a while to grab me. It was when they got to the second generation with the kids that I'm like, okay, now I'm a little more invested. The first part was interesting, but took a while. Yeah, it's like it's summer. I'm gonna go out on the porch and read, and actually like use my porch a little bit, and actually like read a book, which doesn't happen as much nowadays, just because the internet is too engrossing. Yeah, I spent a lot of time on YouTube. Like I have all my stuff on Nebula that I watch, because that's feels like a premium YouTube kind of thing, and then there's not the pressure of likes and comments and stuff, and it's just whatever the creator wants to make. But yeah, Jane Eyre was good, and Wuthering Heights, like I said, took a while for me to get into, but I enjoyed once I did. And then... oh, I have my pixel art book. I bought that book of, like, pixel art guide and tips and stuff that I never did read. But at this point, I'm like, okay, this is the third of the Bronte Sisters thing. I want to finish that, so that I can actually say I finished a book. But it is a compilation, so it's like, yeah, I finished the other two, so. But yeah, as a kid, I think I was reading multiple books in a year, and now as an adult, it's maybe one or two. I'm still actually reading, because I know there's a fair amount of people that don't get through any kind of books, but... oh, I guess there's webcomics. That's another one of those things of, like, the question of, like, oh, do you play games? And then it's, They say no, and then it's like, oh, do you play Candy Crush or do you play a mobile game? And it's like, oh yeah, I play that. So that like stigma with mobile games. And it's the same thing here where I'm like, oh, I don't read all that much. And then I'm like, oh, I do read a lot of webcomics. I read like a lot of romance webcomics. Can't find time to read as much anymore. Yeah, I tend to carve out like when I'm eating a meal is when I consume some of that media that's not just YouTube. It's not just an endless loop. The endless well of YouTube videos. Yeah, I've fallen into the pattern of doing a little bit of mobile gaming in the morning. In this case, it's been Squad Busters. It was Marvel Snap there for a while, which I really like Marvel Snap too. But Squad Busters is kind of the new hotness right now, and I've been enjoying it a fair bit. And then I'm trying to get back into reading at lunch, and I was doing a lot of Switch games for a while. I played through Kirby, Lost Kingdom, and what did I play? Oh, Penny's Big Breakaway. I was doing some 3D platformers. I did want to play the Princess Peach game, Princess Peach Showtime, because I like her as a character. But after doing both Penny's Big Breakaway and Kirby, I was kind of wanting to take a break from 3D platformers. I know there's a lot of mini games and stuff in that Princess Peach, but I was like, I wanted to take a break from cute Nintendo stuff for a little bit. Oh, there's actually a lip on that? Also liked Marvel Snap for a while. Yeah, I'm just taking a break from it. It's not that it did anything or it got boring. I was just kind of like, okay, I'm not as excited about this, or whenever they had their latest, it was whatever the rotation or the theme was for that month, I wasn't super on board with, and I was like, okay, I'm spending a lot of time and money on this game. Let's let's switch to something else. And then Squad Busters came out, and I was like, okay, there's a good thing to switch to. Although I do a fair amount of just downloading mobile games just to try them too, just to research the market. Although I haven't put anything on mobile either. Haven't put anything on Steam, haven't put anything on mobile, and that was the goal for this year, was to put something somewhere, or put something like commercially somewhere, because I have plenty of stuff on itch.io, but I think I need that last like resume piece of, hey, you can download this game on a storefront you actually know of. Because I can say I have a game on the Amazon mobile store, but that's not Google Play or Steam, which are like the main storefronts. So, and I'm really hoping that I've got a few different games that I think are at a good spot that need just a little more work, and it's just been really hard to find that little more work. And then my friend was like, oh, hey, let's make a game as a resume piece, and I was like, I haven't done a project with anybody in a long time. Yes, let's do that. So now I've slowed down all the projects that I was working on. But it has been a lot of fun to just talk with a friend about, let's make a thing and actually start making assets and stuff. But yeah, we're a couple weeks into our 3-month timeline, so we'll see how it goes. But as long as we keep up like some regular meetings and some regular content drops, hopefully, because we're just doing kind of a Hydro Thunder kart racer on mobile, so that shouldn't be as bad, hopefully. Like, racing games I don't think are too bad. And it's not like we're going to try to do multiplayer or anything. It's like it's going to be simple bots and stuff, and it's like try to keep it to like simple power-ups. And I have my familiar voxel art style, or pixel style. It's like we're sticking with the stuff I already know, so it's like it should be pretty possible. So we'll see. Because that would be, I think, huge for my portfolio, for my self-esteem, to just have something downloadable somewhere. As like a, hey, you can buy this and play this, or at least download it on a storefront that exists. Let's see. I think that is pretty much all of my media consumption. Yeah, I have a puzzle sitting on my table that I haven't started, and last time I did a puzzle, I had my kidney stone problems, and I'm like, that, superstitious part of me is like, oh, if I start this puzzle, I'm gonna have kidney stone problems. Or at least more painful kidney stone problems. But that's highly on. It's one of those things of like it's just that superstitious thing. But I'm also like, nah, I got books and stuff and games and stuff. I don't need to work on a jigsaw puzzle too. Let's see. Yeah, and I got myself in a good spot for Elden Ring. I know that article showed up on Kotaku, I think. It was like, nobody's ready for the Elden Ring DLC. And it's like, well, you're just looking at Steam stats, and it's like, yeah, most people do not finish games. So yeah, most people are not ready for the Elden Ring DLC. But yeah, there was a fair amount of like, okay, there is a disparity of people who have finished the 2 required bosses for the DLC. But I got all the way up to beating Melania last time I played, so that felt pretty good, because that was not an easy boss. Yeah, and I was definitely doing... I don't know if it's a scrub move necessarily, but I was using the easier, like, let's use a spirit summon. I was not trying to solo everything. And that's definitely what made Melania possible. Yeah, this is one of those moments where I've lost all ability. Lost all focus. But I am just in chit-chat mode as opposed to gaming. As opposed to gotta sit forward. I knew that was a possibility, and I was like, yeah, I can squeeze through there just fine. That's fine. Apparently, I cannot. Well, it's because I went into speed up mode. I'm like, okay, I know what I'm doing. I can do it faster. And the answer is, sure, you know what you're doing, but no, you cannot do it faster. You have to take it slow. Slow and steady wins the race. Yeah, and then I get slow enough where I'm like, I'm tired, kind of slow, which is not the kind of slow that I really need. Let's see. I know there was all the Summer Games Fest and showcases from that. Yeah, for me as an indie game developer, there was definitely a couple of things of like Inner Sloth announced Outer Sloth in terms of publishing and funding stuff, and Off-Brand Games was just announced, which I have to finish something enough to actually send it to a publisher, and that still hasn't happened. I still don't have a Steam page or anything for even the big projects that I have. Yeah, I always make myself afraid too, where I'm like, I'm gonna die someday. Like, if I want to have these things done, I need to do it. What was that slide there, bud? Yeah, Off-Brand Gaming partnering with Thor was very cool. It was definitely a good announcement to see, like, especially like as Ludwig was like, oh yeah, I sold my company and turned it into a worker co-op. I was like, okay, it's always heartening to see. It's like, okay, that's a person that is not just focused on making a bunch of money, and that they're giving back a little more. Yeah, it's one of those things where I've frustrated myself a little bit, where I'm like, I feel like my games are close to publishing, but not, or close to pitching, but not there just yet. And that's a lot of the stuff I've made is that 80% of the way done, and that's the last 20% takes 80% of the time, and by that time I get distracted and move on. Oh, it was in terms of stuff from Summer Games Fest. Well, in terms of AAA stuff, there was so much there that I just was not interested in. Perfect Dark actually surprised me, because not only was I surprised that it existed, and that it was actually available as a trailer, but also like I was like, this looks. I like the environment and I like the kind of parkour stuff. Although it was reminding me of Cyberpunk a little bit too, which that was one of those ones where I was like, I was excited about it, I got it, and then I just haven't played it. I still have Saints Row I want to boot up sometime as well, because I enjoyed the heck out of Saints Row 3, and I like Saints Row 4, but the superhero thing was a bit much. And it was the same city, too, but... Yeah, I was like, I like that franchise enough that I was excited for the... It's one of those things of just finding the time. There's all these old franchises and stuff that I'm like, I played Pokemon Snap on the N64 back in the day, and then they made a new one that I have not touched. Or like I was mentioning earlier with The World Ends With You. I was like, that was such an awesome, impactful experience on the DS back in the day. And they made a sequel that I have not touched. But, like I said, that one also... They did ports of that onto the Switch and mobile, and it just didn't hit the same. Because they tried doing the smooth pixel thing too, where I'm like, these are pixel characters that you're trying to smooth out with a smoothing tool, but it just feels off. I like the crunchy fidelity of like the original context of things. That's like playing the original, okay, maybe not original, but playing Hydro Thunder on the N64, and it's like, okay, yeah, this does not look good by today's standards, but I'm just not a graphics guy, where it's like, I want the kind of core gameplay and the core vision. I don't need something super fancy and polished. Agreed on the pixel crunch. Well, yeah, and I was like, some of that's... I like pixel art and stuff too, but it's just the... I just find a lot of charm in the original graphics of things, like the low poly graphics and stuff. But yeah, I don't have that immediate, like, oh, this is old, I want such a better looking version. It's just like, no, this is the original version. That's fine by me. Yeah, I did the comparison felt fairly stark, because I had to boot up the N64, I brought back out my little TV, so I had my little TV in front of my big TV, and then the letterboxing made it even smaller, so it was like playing on this tiny little screen comparatively to play on the N64. But it's like, that's how you play the game. That's the original version. Yeah, I know there's that statement that people say where it's like, you know, back in the day, these graphics were mind-blowing. And I was like, I don't think I ever felt that as a kid. Where I'm like, this is cool, but it's never felt like... I think it's the same thing with VR. Like, I know there's some people that have the sentiment of, like, VR is incredible, and it was just this, like, really awesome experience to be in VR. And every time I played it, I'm just kind of like, yeah, no, this is a game and a controller and a console, but not this, like, really world-changing experience. I don't know if I'm jaded or if I'm... I like to think that I'm just enlightened. and that it's all just different mediums. It doesn't have to be the most incredible thing in the world. Yeah, I just get almost turned off by super shiny, fancy graphics. There's just that amount of detail that just starts to happen that my brain just slides off of it. And I want my comforting cartoons. And it's also why I gravitate to pixel art, because it's just because you have so little resolution that it's easy to it becomes iconic, and it's a lot easier to understand. I feel like I should just get rid of that link, because it's just a link, but it's also, it says Instagram, so it might not be malicious, but a random link to an Instagram feels malicious. I'm like, if you are in fact a real person, please explain. Otherwise, I will probably delete it and not look at it. I'm also in a mode of like, I just want to focus on the game, as in I want to just mumble a lot while I pretend to do good at the game. The hitbox on that was just crazy. There was just that little bit of hope. Okay, we're gonna just get rid of this link. I'm so tempted to click on it because it just says Instagram. It doesn't. Instagram doesn't seem as malicious, but oh, sorry. Bye bye. Okay, back at it again. Oh, back at it again at Krispy Kreme. That's the meme, right? Back at it again at Krispy Kreme and then smack head into sign, I think is the full thing. Do a backflip and then bash head into something. Interesting to know that is technically grabbable. Yeah, this is why this game has taken me forever, is because I get one or two chances at the part I'm actually stuck at, and then it's back to... I don't think this is a great mentality to actually learn something, because I feel like this is how I approached piano when I was a kid and I was learning piano. And it was like, oh, I'm stuck at this part midway through the song. And like, I'm stuck at the part at the end of the song. Let's play the whole song to get there. And it was like, well, no, if you're stuck at that one part, you can just jump to that and practice it. But for some reason, I had it in my head. Like, no, you have to play the whole song to get to the part you're stuck at. And I don't know if it came from video games, where it was like, here's a game where you have to play the whole first part of the game to get it to the one part that you're stuck on. Okay, what time is it? It's 10 o'clock. Do I want to keep going? I guess. I've just not stopped. I've been in very chatty mode. I thought, because I had an entire 260 calories of cherry Coca-Cola. That's why. I'm like, I'm still going. Yeah, because I filled myself with sugar. I had a cannoli, which was delicious. No, it wasn't as good. It was kind of warm this time. Like, I should have stuck it in the fridge or something, but... And they didn't fill it with as much cream. Typically, there's just a little more cream. I mean, still some good stuff, but wasn't as good. I know I do. I know I do when I go to bed. Well, no, it's one of those things of like, I want to have slept, but I don't want to sleep. Yeah, okay, no, it's because I pumped myself full of soda. That's why it's 10 o'clock and I'm not kaput like I would expect to be. I feel like I should turn on some music, but I know that's also, it's not the vibe of the game. We're sticking with the vibe of the game. Me just chatting and... Relatable. Yeah, I don't want to sleep. I want to have slept. Yeah, there's definitely a few things like that. Yeah, I never know how much of it is like related to, like, you know, I'm not super enamored with the job I'm doing, and like, it's that there's a term for it where you rob yourself of sleep because you aren't excited about what you want to do the next day. Which, yeah, I have stuff like cleaning that I need to do, which I don't entirely hate, but
No.
there's so much maintenance to life that it does feel repetitive sometimes, but that also is just what life is. There's a lot of stuff that feels repetitive, but I suppose that is reflection and meditation is where you can say, oh, I did something at least slightly different today. Like, oh, I ran into a spider that was trying to live on top of my TV. I don't know if it's still there. I don't know why it was trying to live there, because I don't think there was a lot of bugs, but that's so real. That's... Yeah, as I've gotten older, it's very much come to the realization that it's all just maintenance. It always has been. But it's very much felt more like you don't solve problems, you just gain a new routine. Like I went to the dentist and I'm like, my teeth kind of hurt. And they're like, oh, it seems like you have signs that you're grinding your teeth a bunch at night, so the solution is now you get to wear a night guard at night. You get to just put a chunk of plastic in your mouth before you go to bed. And it's like that. It's not one of those things that like you do it once and that's the solution. It's no, that you just have a new routine. Yeah, and I've definitely unlocked a new fear with kidney stone issues. And it sucks too, because I think it was because I worked out a bunch and did not hydrate enough. So now I'm going to be afraid of working out because I don't know exactly how much hydration I need. And that's once I finally get the kidney stone removed, which will hopefully happen before it causes me much pain. But yeah, that happens as you get older. You don't fix issues. You just learn what you need to do to live with it. Well, and it's definitely that realization with, like, you see, like, an old person with their pill container, and it's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That, yeah, that's just a new maintenance thing, is you got to take a bunch of pills to continue existing in a way that you know, feel good about. Okay, so this is very little edge. Nope, that does not, in fact. Wow, they got some precise hitboxes. Which makes sense. If that's what the whole entire game is, it would make sense that they are precise. Let's see, do I have any spicy opinions about... Well, I know for game showcases, the, is it South of Midnight, or... It was really just the one, don't you do it. just calmly sit on the ground and then calmly squeeze that in between there, you goof. Yeah, but there was just the one AAA game that really excited me. There was so much of it that just did not grab me. I'm just old and jaded now. Wait, is that... Oh, that's... getting a little overzealous there. I didn't think I could collide with the plant. Can I? That's not a collidable thing, right? No, okay, I just ran into the the roof there. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there was a ton of indie game stuff that really grabbed me either. That was like a must-has. Yeah, because I really liked the look of Cult of the Lamb, and I still haven't played it. There's a lot of stuff like that on my list that I'm like, this is entirely me, and then I don't buy it and I don't play it. Which I feel bad about, because it's it's like if you're hitting your target market in terms of, you know, visuals and stuff, it's a bummer to not have a paying customer. I know that's entirely what happened with Furiosa. Is like, this is entirely my kind of thing, which means it's made for basically just me and not anybody else. Yeah, because even as much as Fury Road is critically acclaimed, it also did not set the box office on fire. Like, it did well, but it didn't do. I know there's something like Blade Runner 2049. Like, Blade Runner is good, I like it, but Blade Runner 2049 is better. That's a really good movie. Denis Villeneuve does some good stuff. I don't remember too much about Arrival, but I do know it's good. And I know that's oh yeah, the Killer Bean game. But yeah, no big indie announcements. Well, and then I was looking at the YouTube channel for Killer Bean, and I think they've been working on Killer Bean related media for like 10 years or something. Like, they've been working on that Killer Bean game for a long time. That's always the thing, too, is, like, you see an announcement for a game, and then if you go poke through their social media or find it, like, the YouTube, you'll see that it's like, oh, this is a trailer. Like, this is their third trailer in, like, 2-3 years. Where it's like, okay. I feel like I'm a little behind with the games I've done, but even the stuff I've done, I've only put about a year in. Not 2 or 3. And even the Theory Crafter thing that I am still very excited about. I've really only put about a month of work into it, if that. Yeah, Palworld was like that a few years before it exploded on release. That was one that it felt like it was kind of like a vaporware thing, almost. Where it didn't feel like a real game until suddenly it was out and everybody loved it. Yeah, there's definitely been some indie game stuff that I think has done better than people would have expected. I know that kind of is what happened with Helldivers, where Helldivers suddenly feels like a AAA video game when it was really just a higher budget indie game. I think Helldivers kind of fits in that like double A. There's like a couple of studios that I feel like hit that like double A, like $30-$40 game, which I think it's a shame that there's not more of that. And I think Square Enix just axed their whole division that was doing that with the Octopath Traveler and stuff. Like, I think they had a whole series of RPGs that kind of hit that that like not fully AAA, like everybody working on it, but just some people working on it. I feel like that's where you get the most unique ideas out of AAA, is the like Hi-Fi Rush kind of a thing. Okay, maybe I should just chill. Daddy chill. I think I'm only thinking of that just because I saw the video recently, which I feel like that's one of those ones where I should look at the context for that, where I'm like, what in the heck is happening in this video? But boy, is there some quotable stuff out of that. Feels like AAA has been playing it safe for a while. Well, seeing how the industry has imploded in terms of layoffs and stuff, I can see why they want to play it safe. It's ironic, but I think that's kind of more the opportunity to not play it safe is when things are a little more hectic. Well, I think there's this idea that there is like a safe bet when it's creative work. It's not, there isn't really a safe bet. There's stuff that you could kind of guess at, like, okay, here's the market might be more interested in this kind of thing at this time. Like, there's plenty of numbers that you can look at that'll point you in a direction, but are not going to be like a golden bullet, like, when this game comes out, it's going to sell millions. You can really just kind of look at it and say, when this game comes out, it should do well by these metrics, but don't do that, buddy.
Whoa.
Although it's definitely been, indie game wise, there's been the opposite direction where it's like, okay, this seems like it'll do okay, and then a la Pal World and Helldivers, where it just kind of, it will explode. Yeah, okay, that's a that's one of those pull it from Half-Life Full Life Consequences, which is also kind of funny to me because I've played some of Half-Life, and I think I played some of Half-Life 2 or finished it, or I don't remember where I got, but both of them were, they just made me motion sick. Like, I wanted to play more. They were like seminal pieces of media, and they just made me motion sick. So Dragon Age felt like they were taking a popular IP and making it modern audience safe. Yeah, and I don't know anything about Dragon Age, so that was one of those ones that just kind of slid right off me. It's like Fable looked pretty good, but I haven't played any of the Fable games. It's one of those franchises that has interested me every time I've seen it, and I just have never picked it up. Like, as a kid, I remember seeing the box art for Fable, and I'm like, that's really intriguing, and then just didn't have the kind of PC to play it. Didn't have an Xbox to play it. Yeah, that's one of those funny things where I bought an Xbox so I could play Borderlands, and then I bought Borderlands 2 for my laptop. Yeah, the one Xbox exclusive I remember really liking was Sunset Overdrive. But I never did end up buying much for that Xbox. And even Sunset Overdrive, the main character drove me nuts. The gameplay was a ton of fun, and I loved all the colors and stuff, but I loved Fable as a kid. Not sure how you feel about the new one. Well, and it's like, they had a cartoony edge to it, that it looks like the current Fable. It has like a goofy tone, but it doesn't look like it has as much of that, like, I thought Fable was a little more cartoon than the kind of very realistic vibe, or the highly detailed vibe that they're going for with the latest Fable. Whoa. Yeah, so is great. Oh, Sunset Overdrive. There we go. I bounce between so many topics that sometimes it takes me a second to remember which thing I was talking about. Yeah, I'm glad they put it on PC too. That's one of those, like, there's a few of those games. Like, there's the stuff that's stuck on PlayStation. And I'm like, boy, I would love to try out Shadow of the Colossus, but I don't want to buy a PlayStation. And I'm like Bloodborne absolutely has caught my eye in terms of theme, and yet, oh, I should, this Nightmare Cart, I I don't think I downloaded it, but that's a free game that's available. It's literally Bloodborne cart, but with the Bloodborne shaved off. Don't slide. That's something I should boot up. Although I'm still somehow in the zone enough to do this. Okay, it's one of those just slower. Might help. Well, I was about to say, next time I fall, I might switch games. And then I proceeded to just nearly do it. Don't do whatever it is you're thinking about doing there. Bud. It's gotta be my own mouse movement. But boy, does it feel like he just decides sometimes to leap off into the distance. I must go, my people need me. Let's see. Trying to think of any other franchises in terms of movies and stuff that I would ever be interested in watching the whole thing. There's some of those longer running franchises that are somewhat interesting in terms of, like, you know, watching the evolution of Mission Impossible or watching the evolution of the Fast and Furious movies, especially when I watch Patrick H. Willems, who goes on about those kind of action movies and stuff. But I feel like it's also a very long undertaking, and well, it's the thing of, like, I would, because that's what happened with Planet of the Apes. It's like I didn't know if I was all that interested in the franchise, and then watched enough of it that I'm like, okay, no, I am. Like, I am a Planet of the Apes fan now. So that probably would happen if I watched Fast and Furious and Mission Impossible. It's got to go right back to here. Not. It's one of those moments of, like, nah, just fall all the way down, but again, I didn't get up to the stairs. I just got up to the slide and it was like, eh. Okay. Is it... What was the thing I was thinking of starting? I just said what it was. And it was... What was I going on about? I was gonna play some Bloodborne cart. Thank you. I don't think I have that downloaded. Yeah, okay, that should be a quick, just, like, start it a little bit. 10:15's probably more like a go to bed, but I'm like, nah. I drank too much soda. I'm too awake. Although I might go grab the restroom while it downloads, because I don't believe I have it. Nightmare cart. There we go. Yeah, especially if I'm making a Mario Kart style game. Trying out a different kart game is a good idea. Is it done downloading already? I wanted to grab the restroom real quick, you goof. It is done already. Okay, well, I will go grab the restroom anyway. I'll be back in a sec. Okie dokie. Let's see if this... let's see if OBS catches this or not. Whenever it loads. Man, the fact that this is completely free, because I was watching somebody's YouTube video talking about how cool this game is, and it sounded like it was a pretty fully featured game. And it's crazy that they dropped it just completely for free. Like, it sounded like it very much should have just been like a demo, and then they sell the game. Okay, so it is loading. Is it? I think it had a fake PlayStation logo. Audio? Okay, so if I click on it... Ah, there we go. And... Oh, wait. Any full screen application? Okay, so it's picking up the game audio, but it's not picking up the game. Time to add yet another game capture. Nightmare Cart. And specifically, Nightmare Cart. Not on top of my face, please. Under my face, please. And then the window mode. Hello, game? Press the start button? I don't have a start button. Why is it it's not 4 controllers? Okay, it's definitely not 4 controllers because Windows button. Hello, game?
Nightmare Cart.
Escape? Was the start button? Okay, I wish to change the window mode. Graphics. Resolution. Start game in full screen. Toggle full screen. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So yeah, you can keep it as crazy with the rest of this stuff for now until it gets to be too much. There we go. Okay. Okie dokie. I guess the campaign. I forgot that this has a whole campaign and everything, which is insane. Why is this free? You can't just drop something that has this much stuff in it. I guess I haven't played it, but I'm already looking at all these different characters. Okay, yeah, we'll do like a mission or two of the whole campaign mode, because this free game has a whole campaign mode. Insanity. The Dream Watchers notice your presence. The Dream Watchers don't seem concerned with your reasoning as to why you were visiting the city of Miralodia? Oh, let's switch it to... I never switched it to... the thingamabob. Nightmare. I just saw it. Nightmare Cart. There it is. Shoot, I never switched getting over it to the correct thing. That's okay. The Dream Watchers want you to sign a contract. Seems harmless. Oh, I guess I should switch out the title too. And I should also think about going to bed. Okay, now we're gonna play a little bit of this, and then maybe think about going to bed at like 11. So yeah, half an hour of this and then go to bed. The Dream Watchers want you to sign a contract. Seems harmless. There we go. Was this made by the same person that did Bloodborne Kart a while back? This is literally Bloodborne Kart, and in the past couple months, they redid the assets to remove the Bloodborne stuff. And so yes, this is Bloodborne Kart, but you know, legally distinct. So why is it read? Oh no! I wanted to play a little bit, not fall asleep. It's odd that, because this feels like it's controller made, and yet I can't use a controller. Because if I don't have a mouse. The Dream Watchers want to know more. What? Sure. I mean, both of those are pretty good. I think I kind of like the lower grunts a little more. It sounds a bit more anime. I like the bit more anime vibe. And the Dream Watchers offer you mysterious keys. Choose one. Hunter motorcycle or hunter cart. Handling size, weight. Wait, it's got more weight on the motorcycle? Okay, this is not Mario Kart, so it's not gonna be choose the bikes because the bikes feel better. You begin to feel drowsy. That's definitely true. Seeing how I just yawned. Oh no! It's true! I am feeling drowsy.
And so, the nightmare begins again.
Felt a little quiet on my end, but it seemed to be... Okay, I was playing a couple of quiet games, and now this is probably going to be a bit louder, so... Oh, so it is trying to do it off the controller. I thought it said it didn't have controller support. Yeah, it said it didn't have controller support. So, I doubt that's actually A. Oh, yeah, that video was saying that you could change the... Okay, it's just WASD. Or, yeah, WASD. Press down to boost. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's where I'm supposed to be going and not. There we go. I'm having too much fun trying to mess with the camera there. Okay, you just gotta do a longer drift there. Plus left shift to power brake. Power braking is the fastest way to turn. You can even turn in place. Interesting. Huh. Spacebar after a jump to do a trick. Oh, after this kind of jump. Oh, I should have drifted. Or, you know, worked out getting used to the drifting. It's feeling pretty good. I'm just on this little tutorial bit. Drive through a white flare to receive a power-up. Hey, hit that power-up. Hey, you found a secret. Press up to use the power-up. I didn't see what this was. Offensive power-ups can auto-lock on enemies. What was the offensive power-up and where are the enemies? Kill 3 enemies with a lever action shotgun. I'm Hunter pistol. Killing enemies grants blood droplets, which increase the max speed. How do I get at that other thing? Okay, I figured out the camera rotation. Okay, that's how you look behind you. That's way too fun to mess with. But very much should not. Ruh-roh. The hunter awakes to a misty dream, surrounded by a host of peculiar characters. Wow! I should have stopped with the last game. I didn't realize I was going to immediately get tired. Next match location, Pocket Dream Circuit. Sure. Like, I'm pretty sure this is the basic, Unity, font. But it's surprising how just adding the CRT, like, effects make it a little less obvious that it's fairly basic menu stuff.
You must be the new participant.
It's voiced.
I am Herman, and this is Onette, my animated servant who tends to my every need. You must be confused, but try not to think too hard about all this. Just go out and win a few races, and it'll all be over before you know it.
Jeez, that just immediately tired. It's kind of crazy.
Pocket Dream Circuit.
Yes! I love an announcer on a race game. I did know that doing air tricks will generate Aether Vials for boosting. Yeah, okay, the carts are a pretty good design here, where it's like, okay, somebody's in a chariot, somebody's in a wheelchair, somebody's in a cart. This one. That's the go button. 4th place. 3rd left. You are in the lead. So if I look behind me. Oops. Okay, wait, because I have a power up. Hey, hit that power up. Oh no, I've very much infected the other game with the... Okay, wait. So if I does that throw it behind me? Okay, so say how do I oh I used it. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it did. I'm going to go this way and use my Aether Vials. Oh wait, is that my stamina or is that something else? Wait, so I can... Oh, that's... Okay, that's what that other thing was. Okay, there's my Aether Vials. Oh, so that did not... I thought jumping generated Aether Vials. Oh, there's a shortcut. I could have been using a shortcut this whole time. Okay, what's the point of doing the... Oh, okay, so that does generate Aether Vials. Am I hitting the button too late or something? Where's the... Okay, down is the button to do that. Okay, that's got some Mario Kart sound effects on the starting and finishing there. A lot of the powers and controls and stuff feel new to this game, but the feels like there's a lot of inspiration off of Mario Kart, which makes sense. It is like the premium kart racer. So, was I supposed to get first? Holy boss, yeah, we'll make you 11. After learning the rules of the road, the hunter embarks on their journey through the city of Mirlodia. In search of answers, a fellow outsider, one who claims to have vast knowledge of the cursed city and its inhabitants, beckons through the hazy pane of a dimly lit window, and warns that the hunt is on tonight and the first race is soon to begin. A hunter must hunt. Select a melee weapon. Sure. Threaded sword or a beast razor. More damage, less stamina. Yeah, I'll go with that. That's fine. And save. Huh. Weird that you can't just hit back. But okay. Okay, yep, this might be last race and then I go to bed. I didn't realize it would be
Expressway.
immediate. Oh, I was gonna say interesting that they went with shiny blobs for their power-ups, but that very much must be a Bloodborne thing. Yeah, this feels very Mario Kart inspired. Oh, those rats look very inspired. Ow. Why did it jump there? Interesting. Okay, I thought I hit the button at the right time. Okay, yeah, I don't know what any of these power-ups are. Okay, so when I... Yeah, okay, so it's when I hit the top of the thing, not the... Oh, okay, I got my sword. So... Wait, that's the Boost-O-Rama, right? A little confused. Okay, wait, so is this a pokey thing? Do I need somebody directly in front of me? Is that the case? That's a flippin' cool moment. That was a cool way to end the course. Okay, that's a Billy. That did not help me at all. Can I... How do I back up? Oh, I just need to drive forward. Okay, boost? I'm confused on how to boost. Because I thought it said just press down when you have the things, and I thought I had 4 of the things. Oh, okay, no, that's boost. It's down to use the thing. No, that's boost? Which one's boost? Okay, so that's me trying to use it, but apparently I have 2 that I can't use. Okay, yeah, these are very Mario Kart inspired. Hey look, it's that same pillar that I ran into a couple times now. Yeah, I think I'm a bit too tired to be playing this right now. I thought I was still feeling it, but I am not feeling it now, Mr. Krebs. Jeez. Okay, that's... Yeah, okay, so that's the... So down is the boost. Oh, everybody's punched up. Oh, wait, so is this a lunge? Okay, the sword is a lunge. I was not paying attention to my health at all either. I'm confused as to when you're allowed to use the blood vials. Okay. I'm falling asleep a lot faster than I thought I would, so I think I'm gonna call it quits now and head to bed. I might give this a little more of a go tomorrow. Okay, so let me save here, and then I don't want to forget to save. Don't forget to save. After learning the rules of the road, the hunter embarks on their journey through the city of Melodia in search of answers. A fellow outsider, one who claims to have vast knowledge of the cursed city and its inhabitants, beckons through the hazy pain of it. That's... yeah. Oh, I have to redo it again because I didn't win. It's not just a run the course, it's a win the course. Probably in like top 3 at least. Okay, on that there's no escape there. Okay, quit to menu. I'm asleep as much as I don't want to be, so. Okie dokie. It's been fun, but I have to sleep. The soda ran out. The energy ran out. Time for bed, so. Goodbye, good night. Thanks for stopping by. Have fun sleeping. Good luck. Bye.